You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright, The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, ready for opening day? Let's get it. So real quick, to go over what we've already mentioned earlier, these are the predictions for 2023. In the American League, the Cy Young winner, we got DeGrom. The MVP, we got Julio Rodriguez. American League Rookie of the Year, I like Volpe. In the AL East, we got the Yankees winning it all. We've got the Minnesota Twins winning the Central. The Astros winning the West. The wild cards, I've got Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and Texas. I know that might be a little bit out thinking outside the bun, as they say. But I think there's a real chance that we get those teams, surprise teams. I don't think it's going to be as chalky as it has been in years past in some of these divisions. In the ALCS, I've got the Yankees beating the Astros, finally taking down their monster. It's hard to believe that the Yankees can't get over the hump, but they have not been able to get over the Astros hump. I think they do it finally. I would tend to believe that the New York Yankees this year are going to go all in at the trading deadline. We didn't see them do it last year. And the pressure's got to be building for Boone, everybody. And I really believe that you're going to get an all-in type of situation with the Yankees. So that was the American League. The National League, we had St. Louis win the Central. We've got San Francisco upsetting everybody and winning the NL West. I've got the Dodgers not even making the playoffs for the first time in a long time. I actually think it's going to be really refreshing for baseball fans not to see them in there. They did nothing to get better. I think they've gotten, I'm not going to say worse. They're just kind of stale, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it this year. So I told you when we came back, I was going to hit up the wild cards in the East. Let me go ahead and do the East first, and then we'll hit the wild cards in the National League. At the very bottom, I think it's really easy. And look, I know it's opening day and we're playing Washington in Washington. And the worst thing you can do is start talking trash about a team you're about to play. But I'm sorry, if you look at the roster of the Washington Nationals, it just doesn't jump off the page at you. Patrick Corbin has been a shell of his former self since 2019. Josiah Gray is still learning. There's still a big learning curve for Mackenzie Gore, who's never reached the point where they thought he was going to be. Trevor Williams would be in most teams' bullpen. Same with Chad Kuhl. Dominic Smith couldn't do anything in New York, and now he's in the starting lineup for the Nationals. This just tells you a lot of what's going on. I think the brightest side that you can say about the Nationals, first of all, they've gotten a lot of really good young players that are going to be on the way in a few years, all these trades they've made. So this is a team that when they get to that point, they're going to have the resources to keep them. They just did a complete rebuild. They were an old team that had won a World Series, and they said this is a perfect time to rebuild. And it is what it is. It's rough if you're a fan of that team, but it's a grind. We saw it in Atlanta. It's hard to believe we've won 5 World Series in a row, because I swear it feels like it was yesterday that we had those terrible 3 years where we just weren't even nearly competitive. But Joey Meneses, if he can hit, and Lane Thomas to me is a really good player, those could be some fun spark plugs throughout the season for Washington, but I don't see them getting to 60 wins. It's going to be tough. I think it's pretty obvious to most folks that you got to put the Marlins in 4th. Though I think they've gotten a little better. Let me scroll. So, though I do believe that they've gotten a little better, I just don't know if it's going to be enough to overtake the 3-headed monster in the AL East. And I like look, obviously Alcantara is elite, but Trevor Rogers has looked really good in the spring. Johnny Cueto is going to eat innings, and Luzardo should be back to form. And I'll tell you what, Edward Cabrera could be a diamond in the rough. It looks like Braxton Garrett's going to start off in the bullpen, but there could be a situation where they stretch him back out. Their pitching's going to be there, and they've got a solid bullpen. It's not great, but it's solid, especially on the back end. If the Marlins have a lead, they're going to have a really good back end of the bullpen. The middle of the bullpen is the biggest question mark. Matt Barnes, Rich Rod, they've seen better days. But that offense just won't be able to score enough to get them enough wins to compete for the division. I do think they're an outside dark horse for the wild card, but a lot of things got to go right. But that offense should be a little better. It sounds like they're going to put Jorge Soler in the number 2 slot this year. So that I think will help, but it's just on a night in, night out basis. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get enough. But I do think it's going to be a situation where they are, what did they win? They won 69 games last year. They could improve by 10 wins, but still be far behind for the division. So then we get to who finishes number 3. I think it's the New York Mets. That Edwin Diaz injury is being scoffed at and overlooked by a lot of folks. And I really don't understand why. That's a major injury. That guy was absolutely he came in the bullpen, out of the bullpen, and you'd hear that burp, or whatever the trumpets were that hit the plate, and you're like, oh my God. I mean, it was like Enter Sandman from Mariano Rivera days. And he's gone. And you're going to try to piece that together with David Robertson and Adam Ottavino, and they're good, but they don't have that clutch closer gene. Robertson never had it. He's always been a pretty good closer, but you'll see him cough some up that'll just outrage you. I do think the starting pitching, Scherzer, Verlander, and Kodai Senga, really good. But the back end, not so much. Carlos Carrasco, he'll have one good outing every 4 times out. David Peterson, same situation. If a team has seen him twice in a year, they'll tattoo him. And I know they're waiting on a couple of guys to get back, but that's gonna be an issue. The bullpen, all in all, the bullpen's pretty good. And their offense, they don't score. Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor are doing their own thing. The rest of that offense is just anemic. Now, if they can get a healthy Starling Marte, that's going to help. I still think they finish third. And that takes us to the World Series representative last year of the National League. I think the Philadelphia Phillies are going to finish in second. And I know some folks think that they're about to bet. That injury to Rhys Hoskins is an absolute killer when you've already got Bryce Harper going to miss the first part of the season. You needed Rhys Hoskins to be in there putting up the big time numbers. And it didn't happen. It did not happen. I thought he would be healthy going into this year. It did not happen. I thought Bryce Harper, I thought his injury problems were over with until right after the World Series. Well, he's having another surgery again, so here we go again. But Philly's gonna when they get Bryce Harper back, that's gonna make them a lot better. And I do think they'll make a move at the trading deadline to help their offense. They're gonna score runs. Biggest question you have with them is their bullpen, because Nola, Wheeler, Suarez is a little banged up, but Taijuan Walker, it's a pretty good starting pitching. That bullpen, I have got big question marks, and I think you're going to see them blow leads, but I think they're used to it now, and it's not going to be something that's going to cripple them. I think they'll continue to plow along and win ball games. I think they'll win enough games to get the second. I don't think the winner of the National League East has 101 wins this year. I'll tell you that much. I think it's like 95, 96 wins type of thing. And the Phillies will be right below Atlanta in the low 90s, and the Mets will be somewhere in the high 80s because of their issues of not scoring and not having Diaz. So that takes us to the Atlanta Braves. I've got them winning a 6th division in a row. And it's not just because we're Braves country. This team is loaded. And even with Kyle Wright going to the IL and Soroka starting the season off on the IL, you got Max Fried, Spencer Strider, Charlie Morton, Jared Schuster's looked great, and so has Dodd in the spring. Now, you still got to see them do it in real games. But that's going to be a big time. That's a deep pitching staff if Schuster and Dodd continue to pitch well. And let's not forget, not only will you have Wright coming back, it doesn't sound like he's going to miss many starts. And you should have Soroka at some point, fairly early in the season. But let's not forget, Ian Anderson's down there, and he's working on getting back right. And they've also got Bryce Elder doing the same. And there's got to be some real belief in Bryce Elder. If there wasn't, they never would have shipped off Kyle Muller. So that alone gives you about 9 really good pitchers, and you need at least that to get through the grind of a Major League Baseball season. The bullpen, Iglesias is going to be on the shelf for a couple weeks, but he should be okay. That bullpen is going to be elite. It's going to be one of the best bullpens in major leagues. Sometimes it takes a little while for the bullpen to really get clicking, but when they do, midsummer, I expect it to be bam, bam, bam. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. And so I've got the Atlanta Braves winning the East for the 6th year. And as far as the wild cards, I do think Philly and the Mets are going to have good enough records to get in the dance, even with the woes of the Mets bullpen. I still think they're going to win more games than a lot of teams in the National League. I can't get on board with all these super dark horses. So Philly and the Mets are in the wild card, and then my third wild card would be San Diego. And so that's what you have there. You have San Diego, Mets, and Philly, and then you've got the division winners. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but I like San Fran this year, the Cardinals and the Braves. In the NLCS, I think you're going to get an NL East showdown. And unless the Mets do some big things at the trade deadline, give me Atlanta versus Philadelphia in the NLCS, with Atlanta finding a way to get past them just because they have better pitching. And we already went over the American League. So that would have the Atlanta Braves, the New York Yankees squaring off once again in the World Series. And this time the Braves get their revenge. They win in 6, and the Atlanta Braves are your World Series champions. To cap off the National League, by the way, NL MVP, if you haven't been paying attention this spring, Matt Olson is ripping the cover off the ball. He is absolutely ripping the cover off the ball. And Matt Olson, I think, is going to get the MVP. He's playing on that kind of level already. And he's in his second year. That was a lot of pressure to put on a guy. A lot of pressure to put on a guy. To come over in a trade to fill Freddie Freeman's shoes in his own hometown, by the way. And he never looked like he was really comfortable until we got about later in the season. And remember, he's the reason why the Braves beat the Mets essentially in that sweep in Atlanta right at the end of the season. He had a home run in every game. So I think that's a precursor to him winning the MVP. The Cy Young, he probably should have won Rookie of the Year, but I have no qualms about an everyday player getting it over a pitcher. But Spencer Strider is going to get the Cy Young. The guy is just, he's ridiculous. When you consider if you have 9 to 10 strikeouts per 9 innings, that's considered elite. And he's out there throwing 11 to 12 strikeouts per 9. It's unreal. If he stays healthy, I don't see there's any way Spencer Strider doesn't win the Cy Young. And my National League Rookie of the Year, I think it's going to come out of St. Louis, Jordan Walker. I think Jordan Walker's got a very good opportunity to go out there and get the Rookie of the Year. He's going to be in a pretty big market. St. Louis is going to be on a winning team that I'm telling you, that helps. And so there you have it. So to recap real quick, Braves win the East. Cardinals win the Central. I got the Giants bringing home the West. Philly, Mets, and Padres are the wild cards. In the American League, it's the Yankees, the Twins, and the Astros winning their divisions. Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and Texas, they get the wild card. Yankees beat the Astros in the ALCS. Braves beat the Phillies and knock out the Yankees in the World Series. All right, I'll put those predictions in the chat. But now it is time to get ready for Braves Country Baseball, y'all. Your Atlanta Braves are in the nation's capital to face the Washington Nationals. Braves, Nationals, play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning by inning of the 2023 season. We're planning on over 100 games here on Braves Country. Tuesday nights, Friday nights, Saturday afternoons, and an afternoon game on Wednesday or Thursday. We're going to bring you Sunday night baseball. Make sure to check out the schedule. We've got it pinned to our Facebook page. We've got it here in the information part of Braves Country here on YouTube. We'll be updating it every week on our Twitter, Braves Country HD. So with no further ado, it's Braves Nationals opening day. Let's go! You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American. and feel about America, you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Good afternoon, y'all, and happy opening day 2023. Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and today's scene, as you are probably well aware, is Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. for Braves Country Baseball, the Washington Nationals versus your Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves will be wearing the Navy uniforms, the Navy tops with the red lettering and white outline and gray pants. Washington is in all white with Nationals across their chest. The Atlanta Braves will send Max Fried to the mound, and the Nationals will counter with Patrick Corbin. Max Fried, 29-year-old, 6'4", 190-pound left-hander from Santa Monica, California. He's 54-25 lifetime, all with the Atlanta Braves. A 3.09 ERA. A two-time MLB second-team All-MLB team, and one-time All-MLB team back in 2020. Three-time Gold Glover. He will hit the mound. But first, for the Braves starting lineup, as we will go to bat first, Acuna will lead off. He's playing right field. Matt Olson batting second and playing first. Third baseman Austin Riley will be hitting third with Ozzie Albies as your cleanup hitter at second base. Sean Murphy gets the nod behind the plate today, hitting fifth, and hitting sixth, Marcelo Zuna in left field with Michael Harris following and batting seventh. Batting eighth, your designated hitter today, Travis d'Arnaud, and batting ninth, Orlando Arcia, who just signed a 3-year contract extension this morning. If you missed it, 3-year, $7.3 million contract extension. And the Braves actually have an option year in that as well. Max Fried, when he hits the mound at the bottom of the inning, he'll be facing Thomas, who's playing right field. And leading off, Meneses, the designated hitter, batting second. Candelario is playing third and batting third. Dominic Smith, you'll remember him from the New York Mets, is batting cleanup. Ruiz is batting fifth behind the plate. Call is your left fielder and batting sixth. Batting seventh, Garcia, and playing second base. Robles is in center field, and C.J. Abrams is batting ninth and playing short. The Atlanta Braves, once again, coming to the plate is the last few pitches, warm-up pitches, and this is going to be fast and furious. If you haven't watched this year, get ready, because with the pitch clock, it comes at you fast. We are just about set for Braves country baseball. It's Patrick Corbin, who was 6-19 on the year last year with a 6.31 ERA and a 1.7 WHIP. Batting average by the opponents was at .321. So he's had a couple of tough years. Remember, he signed that big contract with the Washington Nationals, right before the 2019 season. And after the World Series year, he has been a very inconsistent pitcher. But he's actually pitched pretty well this spring, so we'll see what happens. Braves, once again, are in the dark blue uniforms, Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk underneath, and gray pants. And as Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in, we're getting set for the 2023 opening day as Acuna takes one last look at home plate umpire Bellion, and it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch is on the way, and it's a swing and a miss down below the knees, and it's 0-1. Braves nothing, Washington nothing. We're just getting going here. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, looked like the changeup in the dirt right over the top, and it's quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Corbin on the way, skips to the plate in the dirt. Good eye by Acuna, lays off it. He gets it to 1-2. The 1-2 delivery from Corbin. Swing and rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. We got a leadoff single to start the 2023 season by Ronald Acuna Jr., Braves country. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. It looked like it was a fastball in the outer part of the plate, and he just drilled it into right field. Might have been the sinker, but it was tailing off away, and Acuna put his foot in the ground and hammered it to right field. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson has been white hot. And the first pitch to Olson is taken for a ball. It's 1-0. We're going to try to get this. This is a new screen that they are working with today, so we're going to work with it to get you the best angle as we go along. The 1-0 pitch to Olson, swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Welcome in, Braves country. If you're brand new to the broadcast, we appreciate you stopping by. Please like and subscribe. We're going to be here for over 100 broadcasts right here, free of charge on YouTube. The 1-1 pitch on the way, fastball, outer edge, called for a strike, and it's 1-2. You'll notice Braves are having in left field. It looks like they're going to go straight platoon with the tough lefty today. It's Ozuna. I would suspect Rosario is going to, as the windup ends up being a pickoff attempt over towards Acuna, but Acuna's back safely. And that's one pickoff attempt. Remember, new rules. You only get two. That third pickoff attempt, if you don't get them, it's an automatic balk. Pitch clock, 15 seconds. 20 if a runner is on base. The 1-2 pitch is flipped over towards first and getting back safely. So now Acuna, if he takes off now, or if it's thrown over there and he doesn't take off, it's an automatic balk. Acuna is dancing back and forth. Acuna goes, but he falls down. The ball's going to be fouled out of play. Thankfully, Acuna was going. He fell flat on his face, jumped right back to his feet. Think he would have gotten back to first okay, but it would have been close because he was scampering back towards first. So early on, we've already got action on the base paths. Corbin can throw back over to first one more time, but if he doesn't get Acuna, it is an automatic balk. So Acuna leads off, digging in, pivoting towards. He's going, baby! Pitch is on the way, and Acuna's got second base stolen by ease. The ball almost sailed into center field. Abrams had to leap to his feet. Leap from his feet to the sky to make sure that ball didn't go into center field. And a great piece of base running has the first run in scoring position. Top of the first, 2-2 pitch to Olsen. Fastball misses wide outside. And now a 3-2 count to Matt Olson. See if Olson, as he kicks it, delivers. The ball is swung on, grounded over towards first. Little just past the first base bag towards the dugout, and we'll do it again. Looked like the slider. And it's still 3-2, so you got a full count to Olsen. Acuna in scoring position at second base. The windup, the kick, the swing and a miss. Strike three, and Matt Olson's down on strikes to start the season. Drawing a tough lefty his first time through the lineup. Matt Olson, 8 home runs in spring training. Though we know spring training doesn't realistically mean much. Not just 8 home runs. He was hitting well over 400 when we departed from Northport, Florida. The first pitch on the way from Corbin is wide and outside to Austin Riley, and it's 1-0. Austin Riley, a modest spring. He had a few home runs, was hitting just below 300. Lefty-righty matchup. Corbin kicks and deals, and the fastball misses inside, 91 miles an hour, and it's 2-0. Braves nothing. Nationals nothing. If you're just joining us, Atlanta, the 2-0 pitch. Fastball just misses in off the zone. Corbin wanted that one. It's 3-0. Acuna led off with a single to right field, then stole second. Olsen struck out, swinging. The 3-0 delivery right there at the knees. Nice slow curveball. Riley taking all the way, and it's 3-1. Standing on deck, Ozzie Albies. Good to see Ozzie back in the mix. The 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4, and the rake will head down to first base with Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. If you're just joining us the lineups that we went over, we did put them in the YouTube chat. We're also being broadcasted on WQEE 99.1 FM this season in the metro Atlanta area. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, down below the knees, taking for a ball, sinker missing, and it's 1-0. Runners on first and second. Acuna representing the go-ahead run. We know he's got wheels. The 1-0 pitch on the way, just off the plate, but they're going to call that a wide strike, sinker on the outer edge. Pitch track shows it just maybe clipped. Maybe the shadow hit the zone, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way from Corbin. He lets it fire, and inside ball 2. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Corbin lets it fly, swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going up against the ball, making the catch, slamming into the wall is the right fielder, Lane Thomas. Acuna's going to tag on the play and move up to third, but there is 2 away. Matt Olson had to retreat back to first base, so you got runners on the corners. And Ozzie Albies with Sean Murphy coming to the play, his first official bat as an Atlanta Brave. The first pitch on the way, curveball right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Good pitch by Corbin. Marcelo Ozuna stands on deck. The 0-1 delivery, swing, and fouls it straight back, and it's 0-2. So runners on the corners, 2 away, 2 strikes. Sean Murphy trying to find any way to get the Braves an early lead here on opening day. The 0-2 pitch, and in the dirt, good eye by Murphy, and it's 1-2. Looked like the slider that just missed. The 1-2 pitch. Here's the delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3. Went right over the top, looked like the slider just below the ankles, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten, but fail to score. We'll be back at a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Braves, wait a minute. Do you think you get me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day!
Because he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number 1?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right. The crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there, and I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong, and don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair. I would put a committee together, get some coaches, get some players, and let's try to work this thing out. We can't ask these politicians nothing. Those people are awful people. They're all crooks.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Washington Nationals just hitting the bottom of the first inning, and Max Fried will toe the rubber. Don Bellino, your home plate umpire, the first pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, it popped up. It's a can of corn. Ozzie fades back, and there's a miscommunication between Ozzie and Harris, and the ball is going to drop for a base hit. Ozzie was calling for it, and Harris veered off. Then Ozzie, I don't know if Ozzie lost it in the sun, or he heard the footsteps and thought Harris was coming in, but Harris, realistically, if Harris thinks that he can make the play, he's got to call Ozzie off. So a shaky first play here on opening day. The first pitch on the way from Fried is a curveball, top of the zone. They're going to call that a ball. It did hit the zone, and it's 1-0. Joey Meneses, 324 last year, 13 home runs, 34 RBIs, kind of a late bloomer, early 30s, but really had a great second half of the year last year. Fried fires over the pickoff play over to first, trying to keep Thomas close by. We'll go back to it at 1-0. The 1-0 delivery from Fried, swung on, curveball, and banged over towards the third base dugout. That thing would have stayed a little straighter, would have been a perfect double play situation. But instead, we got it at 1-1. Hope you're enjoying your opening day. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you stopping by. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to short, and this will be a 6-4-3 double play. And the Atlanta Braves kill that rally. So there's 2 away. Solid feed by the newly anointed starting shortstop of the Atlanta Braves, Orlando Arcia. Signed a 3-year, $7.3 million extension with a 4th-year option. First pitch on the way from Fried is a curveball down below the knees to Candelario. He's swinging a miss, and it's 0-1. Candelario, the third baseman, the 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good eye. Taken by Candelario, and it's 1-1. Opening day all around the league. We'll get into the games of note in a bit. The 1-1 pitch swung on and sawed off. Banged foul over towards the third base line, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery from Fried. He kicks and deals, swing, and hammered right to short. Arcia's got it. He fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So 1-2-3-ish as we get the double play. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Baseball.
Bowling's insane. Bowling is crazy time.
Bowling? I don't think so, George. You get no rush from bowling.
Rush? You want a rush? Drop a ball on your toe, my friend. Talk about a rush. You'll be throbbing. You'll see vision.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte
for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is on the way to Marcell Ozuna, and he swings at it and bangs it into the ground. It's going to be a 6-3 putout. Easy play for C.J. Abrams, and there's one away. Atlanta Braves, Washington Nationals, game 1 of 162. We are going to bring you over 100 games for a week, Tuesday night and Friday night. Of course, not this week because there is no Friday night game. Braves are off this week. So Tuesday night and Friday nights, and then as the first pitch on the way to Harris is taken for a strike across the belt, fastball, and it's 0-1. The Wednesday or Thursday day game, if there is one, the 0-1 pitch, fastball right there, 92 miles an hour above the knees, and it's 0-2. If there's not, check the schedule on Braves Country HD. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt, misses down and away, kicks off to the side, but no one on, and it's 1-2. We will most likely bring a night game to you if there is no day game in the middle of the week. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and believe that's strike 3, though. Not 100% sure. I guess he did not hold on to it. The 1-2 pitch to Harris, outside, ball 2, and it's 2-2. The Saturday afternoon game or Sunday night. If the Braves are Sunday night baseball, we will bring that to you instead. The 2-2 pitch, fastball misses wide, and it's a full count to Money Mike. Harris, 22-year-old out of DeKalb, Georgia, weighing in at 195 pounds, 6 foot tall. This 3-2 swung on and dragged over towards second base, and it's going to find a way through, dribbling seeing eye single, and it is a 1-out single for Michael Harris. Garcia had Harris playing to pull, and they had a little bit of a shift. Now remember, the shift is outlawed, but you can still move around. The shortstop Abram was playing just to the left of second. Garcia was playing well right of second base, and it found the hole. So that'll bring the designated hitter Travis d'Arnaud to the plate, and he takes the first ball below the knees for a ball, and it's 1-0. d'Arnaud ready. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed out in front. Looked like the changeup just pulled the string a little bit, and it evens up the count at 1-1. d'Arnaud, 6'2", 210 out of Long Beach, California. The 1-1 pitch, just off the plate, and good eye by d'Arnaud. He holds up, and it's 2-1. Braves were a heavy betting favorite today, minus 265 on the money line just before first pitch. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the left field line just to the left of the third base bag, or that would have been trouble. Harris might have had a chance to score on that one. So the 2-2 count now as Corbin gets a new ball. He's going to flip it over to first, chase Harris back, keep him honest. We'll do it again. Two count, top of the second inning. One away. Harris inches towards second base. Corbin kicks and deals and swung on, and that ball is hammered into right field. It's going to get down. Money Mike is on his horse, and he will head to third base. We've got runners on the corners with one away. Good piece of hitting by d'Arnaud. Eerily similar to the single that Acuna had in the top of the first inning. Michael Harris now 90 feet away. And that'll bring up Orlando Arcia. If you missed the news, just joining us, Orlando Arcia signed to a 3-year extension before the game. First pitch on the way from Corbin to Arcia is down below the knees, and it's 1-0. Very affordable deal for the Braves. 3 years, $7.3 million, and a team option for 26. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball's hit into the right field. It's going to get in between first and second. Harris is going to come around to score. Travis d'Arnaud stays at second. The ball gets thrown back into the infield, actually squirts away, but d'Arnaud was standing on second, no real threat to move over to third. So you got runners on first and second. The Braves take the first lead of the season, 1-0, Braves country, on a beautiful day in our nation's capital. About 59 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. With Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Acuna digs in, and the first pitch is inside, just off the plate. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. Braves 1, Washington 0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball top of the zone. Catcher Ruiz jumped to his feet like he was going to fire it down to first, but thought differently. I think he was trying to catch Arcia napping, as they're not holding him on, and he had kind of a big lead. They were trying to sneak in behind him. A little bit of a cat and mouse game. Infield playing to pull. The 1-1 pitch, and the ball is swung on and hammered down the left field line. Just fouled. That ball was scorched. I mean, it was on fire. That would have scored at least one. Worst case scenario, if that thing was fair, it would have been 2-0 with runners on second and third and one away. Instead, it's just a loud strike. Snicker came to the top of the steps thinking about challenging it, but thinks better now, so he'll climb back into the dugout. The 1-2 delivery on the way, swung on, and the ball is hit up the middle. It's going to get through the glove of C.J. Abrams. He boots it. I got to expect that's going to be an E6. Now, the ball doesn't get away very far, so d'Arnaud's going to stop at third base. So we don't get a run, but the bases are now juiced. And I mean juiced. For the Ice House, Big Matt Olson coming up to the plate. He has been on fire, y'all. Wouldn't this be a heck of a way to get his 2023 season going. I mentioned it in the pregame show. He is my prediction to be the National League MVP this year. Just think everything sets up for him. Quick mound visit. So with that, we'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick. The New York Yankees lead the San Francisco Giants 1-0. All your other games are taking place later. That game is in the top of the second. That's Garrett Cole versus Logan Webb today. So here's the first pitch to Olsen, and it is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 1, Washington 0. Bases are loaded with one away. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Plenty foul, and it's 1-1. With Darno standing at third, you're going to have a pretty deep ball to score the run. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. He took something off of that one. That was a nasty. They label it as a slider, but it really looked more like a changeup. I don't think Olsen's picking up Corbin very well. Struck out the last time. The 1-2 delivery. Swung on and fouled back. Fastball, outer edge. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. So it's 1-2 count. The bases are loaded. Corbin looks in. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Bending foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves lead 1-0. Run scored by Michael Harris. The 1-2 pitch. Corbin spins and turns around, rushes Arcia back to the base. They are trying to catch Arcia napping. That's the second time in this inning they've spun around to try to. Now that does count as a quote-unquote pickoff move. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Looked like the sinker at the top of the zone. He could not get around on it. 91 miles an hour. And they're still away. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Austin Riley walked his first time up. The first pitch on the way to Riley's a fastball, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals and is off the plate. The catcher, Ruiz, once again jumped to his feet like he was going to try to throw down to the first base side. Acuna was safely back, but they haven't thrown. They haven't done that once. They haven't actually thrown to the back, but they've kind of toyed with it 2 or 3 times. The 2-0 pitch. High and outside, ball 3, 3-0. So nowhere to put Riley, already trailing 1-0. Corbin with the bases loaded. There are 2 outs. And a 3-0 pitch to the rake. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouls it back. Looked like the sinker on the inside part of the plate just below the knees. Probably would have been a strike, and it's 3-1. Mets and Phillies play later on at 4 o'clock. The 3-1 pitch. Down below the knees, ball 4, and run number 2 is going to come in to score. Bases loaded walk. Travis d'Arnaud trots and touches the dish, and it's 2-0 Braves. Good eye. That ball did not miss by much. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Albies 0 for 1. And time is called. Not sure if that was I believe that was a batter's time. You only get one. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is in the dirt. He tells the runners to hold. Arcia is scampering around back and forth from third base, but he'll stay at bay, and it's 1-0. Albies with a 293 average, career average with the bases loaded in 41 at bats. He's got 5 grand slams. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to be dribbled towards short. Abrams charges. He's not going to be able to get anybody. He's got to put that in his pocket. A run will score. It'll be an infield single for Ozzie, and it's 3-0 Atlanta. Good hustle by everybody on the base paths. Kind of a slow dribbler. And Abrams had a long way to go. He was standing way back on the back of the infield as far as you can go back legally just before you hit the grass. That ball just kind of rolled over, had a lot of top spin, almost like a tennis ball. Abrams, smart play, did not try to make the play. So that'll bring Murphy to the plate, and Murphy takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. They're going to fire it down to first, trying to catch Acuna napping. Acuna's underneath the tag, and it's 1-0. Sean Murphy, acquired in the trade in the offseason from Oakland. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-0. Murphy, a part of the deal that sent William Contreras to Milwaukee. Kyle Muller went to Oakland amongst a bunch of other pieces. The 2 pitch swung on and hit over to short. Abrams got it. He'll flip it over to second, and it's a 6-4 put out to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 3 on the board. We head to the bottom of the second. It's 3-0 Braves country.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator.
I heard that.
Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? You take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
If I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches empty. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves have just taken a 3-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the second. Max Fried goes back to work to face the ex-Met Dominic Smith, and the first pitch is on the way, and it's a fastball top of the zone, called for a strike. Smith doesn't like it. It's 0-1. Smith, 58 games last year, batted 194. The 0-1 pitch, down below the knees, and it's 1-1. No home runs. If you remember a few years back when Smith came on for the Mets, he was a power hitter. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Looked like the slider threw him off balance a little bit, and it's 1-2. He had a power outage last year, and the Nationals are hoping they can resurrect his career. So the 1-2 delivery from Fried. Curveball misses high, just below the eyes, but over the plate, it's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery swung on and popped up. Can of corn for, geez Louise. Arcia loses it in the sun, and it's going to drop in for another infield single. Kind of similar to the one in the first inning with Ozzie Albies. That was more of a miscommunication. Arcia just lost it. You could see him trying to fight the sun. Doesn't appear he has any sunglasses out there. Bet that changes in the near future. He tried to dive at it, swatted his glove almost like a hockey goalie. So there's one on, nobody out. Ruiz steps to the plate. The first pitch is swung on and hit hard over to third, and that ball's going to get underneath Riley's glove. It's going to get into left field. Ozuna's got it. He gets it back into the infield, but it's a double. Smith goes first to third. Runners on second and third and nobody out. Hard hit ball, but I'm sure Riley would tell you he would normally make that. Just had kind of a funny hop to it. He misjudged it. His glove went low and it bounced a little high over his glove. It was a hard hit ball, though. It's all said and done. I'm sure Fried will tell you that's on him. So Braves lead 3-0. That's the good news. The bad news is Nationals got something brewing. Here comes the number 6 hitter, Call. Call takes the first pitch. Curveball right there at the knees for a strike on the inner cut, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, slider misses, and it's 1-1. Alex Call, 28-year-old out of Burnsville, Minnesota. Right-handed hitting left fielder. It's a bit of an open stance. The 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up. This one should be playable. We'll see. Michael Harris calls everybody off. He'll get the ball into the infield, and an errant throw hits the mound, bounces wide. The Nationals score the run from third. The runner on second moves up to third. There's one away. It's 3-1 Atlanta. Kind of some bad luck that's hitting Atlanta here in the first game. Think if that doesn't hit the mound, it's going to be a very close play at the plate. Sure, Harris would tell you that bit of a bad throw, that he should have had a little more on it to make sure it would clear the mound. Hit the side of the mound towards the top of it and kicked away. Murphy had no chance of making that play. So now you got a lefty-lefty matchup. Garcia comes to the plate. And the first pitch is down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch taken for another ball. It's 2-0. Victor Robles stands on deck. Braves 3, Nationals 1. The 2-0 pitch swung on and popped up out of play. It's 2-1. You'd love to have a shutdown inning right after you score the 3, but you at least, bare minimum, would want to keep the lead. Lose a lot of momentum if you give it right back up. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, short swing, fouls it down the line into the crowd, and it evens up the count at 2-2. So Fried now looking for what would be a huge strikeout at this point. The 2-2 pitch from Max. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Set him down. And there's 2 away. Big strikeout. Big time strikeout for Max Fried. He might be able to get out of this with minimal damage. The batter now will be Victor Robles. Lefty-righty matchup. Runner on third. 2 away. The first pitch is swung on and grounded over to Riley. Riley's got it. He'll scoop it, flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Nationals do score, but it was minimal damage. We'll take it. We'll be back in a flash, Braves country. Braves 3-1 heading to the third.
I think we should use the manual.
I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest managers. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Patrick Corbin to Marcell Ozuna is a fastball right across the chest and over the plate. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Washington 1, opening day. The 0-1 pitch taken for a strike. Ozuna quickly down 0-2. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees. Good eye by Marcell, and it's 1-2. Ozuna hit .315 with the home run in spring training. The Braves are hoping he might be back to the 2020 form. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and it's a quick comeback or good play by Corbin. Snags it. It'll be a 1-3 putout to start the inning. Braves and Nationals are off tomorrow. And then back at it 4 o'clock, 4:05 first pitch. We will have the call here Saturday afternoon baseball here with the Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country HD. It'll be Spencer Strider Day. It'll be Strider versus Josiah Gray, a good pitching matchup. Two very good young pitchers. And the Braves will play as there was a mound visit by the trainer to check on Corbin, but he seems to be okay. Braves will finish the series Sunday at 1:30 as the first pitch to Michael Harris is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. That'll be Jared Schuster's debut versus Mackenzie Gore. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Monday, it's off to St. Louis, where Charlie Morton will be on the mound. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back and fighting the sun, having a dive. Man, that sun is doing tricks on all the defenders. It's caught, but it was not an easy play by Robles. Had to kind of lunge dive at the ball deep into center field, not too far from the warning track. They are all having fits out there today. Any ball hit high. I haven't seen anyone make a routine catch yet. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud misses outside, and it's 1-0. Patrick Corbin is up to 68 pitches already, so you got to figure his day is coming due soon. The 1-0 misses high and wide. It's 2-0. Two-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it back. It's 2-1. Two-one delivery from Corbin. Top of the zone. They're going to call that a strike. It was maybe kissed the top barely. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 pitch with two outs, nobody on, top of the third. Here's the delivery down below the knees, and d'Arnaud works it to a full count. Later on today, 4 o'clock, you got the Phillies and Rangers, DeGrom versus Nola. 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third, making the charge, barehanded play. It's going to be a throw wide of the first base bag. Pretty good play by Candelario. He had to scoop it and off balance makes the throw, but d'Arnaud beats it out by just a hair. Good barehanded play by Candelario. And looking at the replay, it looks like d'Arnaud beat it by maybe half a step. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia 1-for-1. First pitch is in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and d'Arnaud's going to go. He's going to head down to second. Head first slide. He's in there. Good piece of base running. The ball really didn't kick that far away from Ruiz. I didn't think that d'Arnaud was going to have a chance to actually make it down to second, but he was quick as a cat heading down there. So now, in scoring position, the 1-0 pitch down below the knees, it's 2-0. That was the 75th pitch for Patrick Corbin. I can't imagine he's going to come out for the fourth inning. The question is, can Washington get another out from him here? The 2-0 pitch. Inside, ball 3-0. And I would venture to guess with Acuna on deck, this may be his last batter one way or the other. .30 delivery on the way right there at the knees. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch, outside wide, ball 4, and Arcia heads down to first with a 2-out walk. Acuna's coming to the plate, and they are going to go ahead and automatically walk Acuna. See, if you're scoring that at home, an intentional walk for Acuna, a traditional walk to Arcia, Darnode infield single. The first pitch. Well, I thought they were walking him, but he headed back down. So I'm not sure what happened there. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Thought it was odd, but he started to head down to first. I thought he was getting the go ahead. So scratch all that. Acuna's at the plate. You got a 1-1 count to Acuna. Runners on first and second. I'm thinking Acuna misunderstood something. I'm not sure what that was. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses high and inside. Over the plate. But right there at the letters, it's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery. Inside, did that hit him? It hit something. Acuna spun out of the way. It must have just missed him and skipped off the glove of Ruiz. That's exactly what it did. Ruiz just dropped the ball. He went to squeeze it, the ball popped out. But the way Acuna spun around, it was so close, I thought maybe it got his elbow guard. So 3 balls and strike right there at the knees. It's 3-2. You have us paired up at home. The home broadcast had the wrong count up there. It was 3-1. Now 3-2. Runners will be on the move. Here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded over to third. Hard charging, making the play. Fires it over to first. Ball skips on the ground and just got Acuna by about a half step. A 5-3 put out. Difficult play by Candelario, but he makes the deal. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. Bottom of the third, Braves lead it 3-1.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Nobody's got.
Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 first pitch. It's the Atlanta Braves at the Washington Nationals. Spencer Strider versus Josiah Gray. We'll have it all here, pitch by pitch, inning by inning, play by play, here on Braves Country. That's Spencer Strider Day, Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 Eastern, right here on Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You're in Braves Country.
Welcome back, Braves Country. Welcoming in WQEE listeners. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. And we are heading to the bottom of 3. Biggest news of the day so far outside of Arcia's extension, Orlando Arcia signed an extension for the Atlanta Braves, a 3-year deal. But if you're just joining us, the sun has been an issue. There has been a lot of defensive issues on both sides, both for the Braves and for Washington. Sun high in the sky, not a cloud. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is in the dirt to Abrams, the number 9 hitter, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fried kicks and deals, swung on and hit high and deep into left field. Ozuna fights the sun. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Braves 3, Washington 1, bottom of the third inning. Max Fried is at just 25 pitches, so a pretty good start for Max so far. Fastball, first pitch to Lane Thomas, right there, just below the hands, right for a strike, and it's on one. Thomas 1 for 1. He reached on what was considered a single as the 0-1 pitch misses inside for a ball, and it's 1-1. But it was the first sign that we were going to have issues today. Ozzie Albies losing the ball in the sun and the communication error with Michael Harris. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into going over towards the foul territory. Matt Olson's going to get all the way over there just before the wall cuts off, and he'll make the over-the-head catch nonchalantly. Almost like a Willie Mays type catch on the slow jog, and there's 2 away. And he had to be staring right at the sun. I can't believe he made that play. So that'll bring the designated hitter Meneses to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Fried looks in, and here's the delivery, curveball down below the knees. It's 1-1. Conversely, if you're just joining us, Patrick Corbin was up near 80 pitches at the end of the 3rd inning. So I doubt he's out for inning number 4. That would be a lot of work in your first time out. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is going to be dumped into center field just in front of Michael Harris, who played on the 1 hop. And it's a 1-out single or 2-out single for Joey Meneses, the designated hitter. That'll bring Candelario, the number 3 hitter and third baseman, who's been really busy today, to the plate. Candelario steps in, and the first pitch is a fastball just inside, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 3, Washington 1. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled down the line, and it's 1-1. Max Fried asked for a ball, a new ball, so there'll be a bit of a time. And he'll step off the rubber, get back on the mound. Pitch clock now winding down. Fried with 4 seconds left. Here's the pitch, and fastball misses high. It's 2-1. Sure, kind of a rush delivery there once the clock started ticking down for Max. So 1 on, 2 away. The 2-1 pitch swung on and dragged foul past the third base line, and it's 2-2. Appreciate everybody stopping by here on Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe. Over 100 games this year right here on Braves Country HD. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and did he go around? He just got a piece of it, they say. I mean, it must have just, but a splinter of the bat touched the ball. So we'll do it again at 2-2. Deuces are wild. 2 outs, a 2-2 pitch. Braves lead by 2. Here's the delivery, and ball is fouled down towards the first base dugout. Looked like the changeup that he had to reach for and just kind of stay alive there. Fried looks back the runner. Gets set for the pitch. There is time called now. Or are they calling that? No, they did give him time. At first, the way the umpire was messaging him, I thought maybe they're going to give him an automatic strike. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Change up, got him on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. Braves up 3-1. We'll head to the top of the fourth. Matt Olson's coming to the plate.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold? Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump and flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely Scooby-Doo down the line.
That's so interesting that it would come out 90 feet. That somebody sat down, Mr. Cartwright or whoever, and said, hey, it ought to be 90 feet. It just sounded like a logical number. The fact of the matter is, in retrospect, if it were 88 feet, the game would be very different. Think of the plays at first base. Think of the double plays that wouldn't be completed. If it were 94 feet, we'd be throwing people out all over the place. Batting averages would drop remarkably.
YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch swinging by Matt Olson. That ball's going high and deep into center field. It's going to be off the wall. Here comes Matt Olson around to second base, a stand-up double. That ball almost left the yard, and the Braves got something cooking here at the top of the fourth. The way center field and left field were drifting back, I thought that was going to finally carry out. Matt Olson's been so hot with the bat, I thought for sure it hit the crevice, the little crease in between center and left field just before the bullpen area, and that is going to do it for Corbin. I'm a little surprised he came back out for one more pitch, but I guess it was to face Olson, who had struck out 2 times before. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a pitching change. Braves lead at 3-1. Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 first pitch. It's the Atlanta Braves at the Washington Nationals. Spencer Strider versus Josiah Gray. We'll have it all here, pitch by pitch, inning by inning, play by play, here on Braves Country. That's Spencer Strider Day, Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 Eastern, right here on Braves Country. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Now you will receive us. We do not ask for your poor or your hungry. We do not want your tired and sick. It is your corrupt we claim. It is your evil that will be sought by us. With every breath, we shall hunt them down. Each day, we will spill their blood till it rains down from the skies. These are principles which every man of every faith can embrace. These are not polite suggestions. These are codes of behavior.
And shepherds we shall be.
Are you listening?
Welcome back. Braves lead it 3-1. We've got a pitching change. And while we wait for the last couple of pitches, give you a quick scoreboard update. The Yankees lead the Giants 1-0 in the Bronx. That's at the bottom of the fourth inning there. Rosmo Ramirez, which we've seen him plenty last year, he comes into the game and he's kind of like their piggyback guy. Sometimes he's an opener. First pitch on the way from Ramirez to Riley as a fastball rifled back up against the screen, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, just right there at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 0-2. Riley digs in the 0-2 pitch, fastball, top shelf, misses high and wide, and it's 1-2. That ball just missed the zone. Good eye by Austin. Braves 3, Washington 1. We are in the top of the fourth inning. Matt Olson on second. The 1-2 pitch inside almost clips him, and it's 2-2. Fastball kind of tailed off inside, and Riley had to spin out of the way. So now you got an even count. Ozzie Albies standing on deck as they'll try to turn him around. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees in the dirt, backhanded by the catcher. Good play by Ruiz, and it's 3-2. So a full count now to Austin Riley. Braves leading it 3-1. Here's the pitch inside, ball 4. And now the Braves, working the walk, have runners on first and second after the leadoff double by Olson, with Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Those last 2 or 3 pitches were well out of the zone. Ramirez digs in, and the first pitch is pumped right past Ozzie, swing and miss, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, outside wide, and it's 1-1. Braves 3, Washington 1. Top of the fourth inning, 2 on, nobody out. Ramirez looks runner back, and here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss down below the knees, and it's 1-2. Looked like the curveball. It fell off the table well below the ankles. Ozzie couldn't lay off. Left-handed open stance for Albies. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered the other way. It's going to get into left field. Ron Washington's going to put the brakes on Olson. He'll stay at third. No need of getting him run down because now the bases are loaded with that single. There's nobody out. And Sean Murphy's coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. You don't see him do that much. And if this is something new he's doing this year, you're going to see a lot of really good at-bats by Albies. He shortened his swing with 2 strikes and just kind of punched it in between short and third. First pitch to Murphy is cutter inside, misses for a ball. It's 0-1. Ramirez gets his cutter up into the high 80s, low 90s, fastball just about the same. Tries to keep you off balance with that in his curve. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and dribbled over to short. It's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. So Olsen will score. The RBI will not be tallied by Murphy, as getting 2 outs does not equate an RBI. So you've got the runner on third now. The Braves lead at 4-1. Austin Riley 90 feet away, but there are 2 away, and Marcell Ozuna is coming to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Ramirez kicks and deals, and Ozuna swing and hammers it over to third, but right at the third baseman. Scooped up, Candelario fires it to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves do add one more on the board. It's 4-1 Atlanta. We're heading to the bottom of the fourth.
I was going to Colombia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman, like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch, and swing on and miss. Strike 3. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby. We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Go dance in the streets, baby.
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game. As the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead it 4-1. Max Fried goes back to work. And the first pitch, a sweeping curve off the end of the plate, misses for a ball to Dominic Smith. It's 1-0. Fried quickly back to work, and the fastball misses high and outside. It's 2-0. Max seems to be working a little faster this inning. The 2-0 pitch from Mad Max on the way. Fastball top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 2-1. Dom Smith didn't like that call. Kind of rolled his eyes to home plate umpire Bellino. The 2-1 pitch inside, ball 3-0. 3-1, excuse me. The 3-1 delivery from Max. Fastball swung on and hit hard on the ground, but over to Olsen. He's got trouble with it. He's going to have to scoop, flip over to Max Fried, who's covering the bag, and a nice recovery by Olsen. There's one away. Ball kind of ate him up. He stayed with it, trickled away from him just behind him, heading towards foul territory, but he got it in time to be able to get to Fried, who was covering the bag. Looks like they're going to come out here and check on Max. Not 100% sure. Didn't look like anything was wrong, but maybe they saw something from the dugout. They do not need that to start the season. sure they'll be very cautious no matter what. Watching the replay, I don't know what they saw. It looked like a very normal. Oh, I see what happened. He was rubbing the back of his left leg as he was walking away. I think they want to make sure that he doesn't have some kind of a tight hamstring or something. Do not want to see that. He says he's okay. So I think they're going to let him. Nope. They're not going to. They're going to send Max Fried to the showers. So hopefully this isn't a long IL stint. Hopefully this is just precautionary. We'll take a break. Max Fried being taken out for an injury. We'll be back in just a moment here on Braves Country.
House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Are you pro or con against the bat flip? Just overall celebration.
I'm right there in the middle. I'm not going to take either side. I'm more against it, I guess. But if a pitcher is going to be out there dancing and running his mouth, and you get a home run off him, I'm completely okay with a bat flip. Screw you, buddy.
Well, I for one want to get a Papelbon jersey because anyone that chokes out Bryce Harper, man. I am Team Papelbon.
Armchair.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just gonna leave? Who are black people supposed to call Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhoods?
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of your existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Let's hope that everything's okay with Max Fried. He was taken out. Bit of a hamstring issue. I will say that he probably wasn't going to go much farther in the game. Typically, Fried, first game, Snicker's been known to pull the guys pretty early, so it might be one of those things where he's okay, but they didn't want to risk it considering he was towards the end. And they've got a fresh bullpen, obviously, with the season just starting. So that's going to bring us Lucas Litke. If you're not familiar with him, came from the New York Yankees, good left-hander out of the bullpen. We'll get to see him for the first time in real action. Litke is going to get an opportunity to do as many warm-up tosses as he needs, obviously. So with that, go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick. Yankees lead the Giants 3-0. That game is in the 5th. Baltimore and Boston are tied at 1 apiece in the 1st. Milwaukee and Chicago just getting underway. That game is scoreless. All the other games are later. At 3 o'clock, you got the Rays and Tigers. Phillies are in Texas. Nola versus DeGrom, the new Texas Ranger pitcher. Then, of course, you've got Miami hosting the New York Mets. And that game is just past 4 o'clock as well. That is Max Scherzer versus Sandy Alcantara. We wait for Litke to get done here and finishing up his pitches. Go ahead and be a good time for us to go to turn back time, as we always do around this time in every ball game. Turn back time with Braves Country Baseball. On this date, 1933, after missing half of the season when he broke his leg, Cubs outfielder Kiki Kyler breaks his other leg and will miss nearly 3 months. The 36-year-old Hall of Famer led the league in stolen bases 4 times and will finish with 328 steals. And on this date, 1973, Oakland Athletics owner Charlie Finley asked that there would be orange color balls used in an exhibition game against the Indians. Major League Baseball drops the novel concept after Cleveland outfielder George Hendrick, who hit 3 home runs in the contest, claims he had difficulty picking the ball up in the outfield due to the lack of red seams on a white sphere. On this date in 2002, Major League Baseball announces that there will be a minute of silence at 9/11 at every Major League team's first night game this season to remember the September 11th attacks. Performing the God Bless America will continue during the 7th inning stretch at all contests. So Luque's ready, and he kicks and fires, and the first pitch is a curveball in the dirt to Ruiz, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Down below the knees, curveball misses again, and it's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch swung on and hit hard over to third, past Riley over to Arcia. Arcia is going to throw it across the diamond. That ball is going to sail wide of the bag. Olsen gets it, but has no chance to step on the bag. The runner would have beat the throw anyways, and it's a 1-out single to get the Nationals going here in the 4th. That's going to bring up Call, the left fielder. Alex Call comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Call, misses out of the zone and wide. It's 1-0. The Braves having tomorrow off, you feel like, especially this being the first day, you feel like they would have the full arsenal out of the bullpen ready to roll. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 2-0. If you're just joining us, Max Fried was pitching well, and he had to come out of the game after what looked like a slight twinge on the hamstring. They didn't want to take any chances with it being game number 1 of 162. So he hit the showers, and Lucas Litke called on to duty. The 1-1 pitch from Litke is fastball, misses high and out of the zone. It's now 3-1. So a runner on first, 1 away. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 2. You got a 2-2 count. I don't know if he's got a nickname, but I feel like LL would be very appropriate for Lucas Litke. The LL kicks and deals, and the 2-2 pitches swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia has it. He's going to flip it to Ozzie. Ozzie makes the play, but it was a slow developing play. No chance to get the left fielder streaking down the first base line. So it's a force out. 2 away, but the runner is safe at first. To finish up the turn back time on this date in 2018, this date marks the earliest start of Major League Baseball in the game's history, excluding international openers. First pitch on the way to Garcia, swung on and grounded over to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it. 4-3 put. That'll end the inning. So the Nationals threaten but fail to score. Harris, Darno, and Arcia are coming to the plate.
Bees! Bees! Bees in the stars! Bees everywhere! Save yourself! Your firearms are useless against them!
Holy shnikes, it worked.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
We're going to start off with Will Banks. What's your take on the Alabama-West Virginia matchup? What are the keys?
I didn't.
That's great insight, man. That's great insight. Everyone else is going. I'm gonna change the channel.
Armchair.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted. That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate. You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo.
Armchair.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of holding your dad's hand, walking through that dark tunnel, and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-1. Max Fried taken out because of a precautionary injury, possible hamstring issue. Atlanta leads at 4-1, top of the fifth, and Michael Harris II will come to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a run scored. Harris has had an eventful day today out in center field with the sun in everybody's eyes. First pitch on the way to Harris from Ramirez, who's back out there for a second inning. It's 1-0. Changeup missing down below the knees inside. The 1-0 delivery from Ramirez, and a drag bunt misses, going to bang foul. Think it might have went off of Ruiz's foot as he's hobbled over in pain. Looking at the replay, yeah, it went inside his instep. He has armor everywhere except right where the ball hit him. Looks to be okay. He's kind of bouncing around, running in place to make sure he's okay, hopping around. Looks like he's going to be good to go. As they take a beating back there, and he's already gotten his first wound of the 2023 season. Ramirez looks to be ready. The 1-1 pitch. Changeup just misses below. That's a good eye by Harris. That was a hard pitch to lay off of. That's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Ramirez kicks and deals. Swung on and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. The Braves can win this game for however short period of time. They would be in first place in the National League East all by their lonesome as the other participants are playing at 4. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to third, and Harris is streaking down the first base line. Will he beat the throw? No, he's going to get gunned down by about a half step. It was a close one. Candelario, ball kind of faded on him, so it kind of took him away from his momentum. He had to gather himself and fire it over to first. So there's one away, and Travis d'Arnaud steps to the plate. First pitch to Travis is inside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Looked like it might have been the cutter, just missed in. The 1-0 pitch to Travis. Swing! And a miss. It's 1-2. 1-1, excuse me. Travis d'Arnaud, 2 for 2 on the day. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss right down Main Street. Looked like the cutter again. And it's 1-2. Travis having a hard time timing up that cutter. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Cutter. And he could not time it up. I don't know if he's having a hard time seeing it out of his hand, but essentially the same pitch in the same general area. And there's 2 away. That should be one heck of a pitching matchup this afternoon. Scherzer versus Alcantara, Mets Marlins. As Arcia steps to the plate and he swings and misses at a cutter on the intercut, and it's 0-1. And at that same time, you've got Nola going up against DeGrom in Phillies Rangers. You got some great pitching matchups tonight. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Make sure to tune in and stick around after the ball game here on Braves Country Baseball. We switch over to Braves Country Baseball. It'll be the same feed where we'll talk all the post-game show, talk the baseball of the day. The 0-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The 1-2 pitch from Ramirez off the plate wide. It's 2-2. If you're new to this channel, we are here live 3 to 5 every day doing Braves Country Today. We talk all sports. And then Braves Country Baseball, 100 broadcasts every single season. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to short, and good play, good throw, but it looks like it took the first baseman off the bag. CJ Abrams can't believe it. They're saying Arcia is safe. The throw beat him, but it was a bit of a high throw. And by the time the first baseman, Dominic Smith, came back down, yep, he beat it. He just got underneath his foot. The throw was a little high. By the time he landed back down on first base, Arcia beat out his second hit of the day. So the inning stays alive. The Braves lead it 4-1, 2 outs. Arcia on first, and here comes Acuna. First pitch to Acuna is a cutter on the outer edge, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Appreciate everybody tuning in here to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line out of play, and it's quickly 0-2. Braves 4, Nationals 1, top of the 5th. Ramirez, his 30th pitch, the 0-2 pitch, swung on and grounded over to third. It's going to be a tough play. Fires it over to first, and infield single. Ronald Acuna Jr. busting it down the line, and the Braves got something rolling here. First and second with 2 away. Candelario had to charge the ball. By the time he gathered himself and fired it over to first, he had no chance of getting the speeding Acuna, who was flying down the line. So I'm sure National fans feel like they should have been out of this inning already. Now, you've got runners on first and second, 2 away. And here comes Matt Olson. big lefty who doubled earlier in the game, has been red hot this spring. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Olsen is swung on and fouled down the line, out of play, and it's 0-1. Could really get some breathing room here if Olsen could lay into one. You got to figure anything he could get into the gap would score too with Acuna's speed. Arcia drifts off first, and they're going to throw back behind him. Did they get him? Man, that was close. Arcia, that is the third or fourth time today that he's almost had his hand caught in the cookie jar. There has to be something on tape where people are seeing that he is kind of a lazy runner where he's not paying attention behind him. He's not a threat to steal, but he's trying to get himself kind of a big lead, and the Nationals have, it's got to be a part of their game plan. They've done it too much. The 0-1 pitch. Cutter misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. You would think somebody would talk to Arcia in between innings and mention to him, because that is at least the third. I think that was the fourth time that they've either thrown behind him or threatened to. The 1-1 pitch. Cutter, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 1-2. Braves 4, Nationals 1, 2 outs, 2 on. A 1-2 pitch to Olsen. Here's the pitch, swung on and hit high, but not very deep. Robles is fighting the sun. Can he make the play? He does make the play, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth, the bottom of the Nationals order coming to the plate.
Everybody's attention for 1 minute. It's something I need to say to everybody. And I am tired of living a lie. I need it to be known. I like fat women, and they like me. Anybody got a problem with that? Anybody? Big girls need love too, baby.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, pal. First draft?
How can you tell?
Look, there's a few things you're going to want to know. Kickers go fast. You're going to take one early. And don't worry about running backs. You can always trade for one later.
Cool, thanks.
And one more thing. It's good to have you here. You're my friend.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper full.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-1 in the first pitch from Lucas Litke. Hits for the bottom of the strike zone, and it's 0-1. Robles, number 8 hitter, he's 0 for 1 on the day. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to be grounded in the hole just past Arcia, and it's a leadoff single for the Washington Nationals. Braves 4, Nationals 1. Bottom of the fifth inning. First pitch on the way from Litke. Did he go around? Abrams said they said he did go around. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there for a strike. He missed his target. Murphy was set up on the outside, so it crossed him up a little bit, but it was right there in the strike zone, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on and banged foul, just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul towards first base dugout. Once again at 0-2. Runner on first. Nobody out. Litgay, 15 pitches so far. The 0-2 pitch swing and fouls it down the line. We'll do it once again at 0-2. Abrams shortened up his swing a little bit, trying to make sure that he makes contact. With his speed, he'll be tough to double up. The 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to first off the glove of Olsen. Olsen grabs it off the carom. He'll step on the bag and get the out, but not before the runner at first trots down to second. So they've got a runner in scoring position, and here comes Snicker. He's going to make a change. With that change, we'll head to break. Litgay is going to be lifted for the righty. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool!
Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, please stay in Tallahassee. Them Gator fans used to joke and clown when Florida State would come to town, but they stopped laughing thanks to Bobby B.
There are quite a few people here whose lives have somewhat changed overnight. They have blown up. They've got brand deals and money just being thrown at them left and right. And with that success, oftentimes they are accused of changing and selling out. And I want to be very clear about the type of person I am and will always be, because if and when that day comes, I want people to know that it has always been my goal to sell out, and you won't be able to talk to me, peasant. Anyway, still don't have a job. Armchair.
That is a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays? Mine does not. No, it doesn't. Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations. Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried. Right.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams. And Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And the new pitcher coming in for Lucas Litgay is our good friend, Mr. Jesse Chavez. Jesse Chavez, the right-hander, will be back out there on the mound for the Atlanta Braves this year. Was really happy to see that they kept him around, unlike other years. Had to go back and trade the farm to get him back. Big clubhouse leader, a fan favorite. Jesse steps in, righty-righty matchup to start his season off, and the first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. Outer edge of the plate, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Thomas misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. One delivery from Chavez is down below the knees and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Standing on deck, the designated hitter, number 2 hitter, Meneses, and Candelario is in the hole. Pitch on the way, swung on and grounded over to third. Riley's got to charge it. He fires it across the diamond, gets the runner for the second out of the inning. Now the runner from second moved down to third as Riley had to charge the ball. But a good defensive play. Braves may be able to get out of this yet. First pitch on the way. Misses outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Down knees for the strike, and it's 1-1. Chavez was working very quickly in the spring. Looks like he's taking more of a deliberate pace now that the season started. The 1-1 pitch. Cutter misses outside. It's 2-1. Braves 4, Washington 1, bottom of the fifth inning. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get dropped into center field. The run will score. It's 4-2. Washington cuts the lead to a 2-run lead here in the bottom of the fifth. It's kind of a fisted shot that Meneses was able to fight into center field just over the infield wall. First pitch on the way to Chavez from Chavez is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Pitch down below the knees. No, that's called for a strike. It's 1-1. Candelario did not like it. Looked like it might have been a touch inside. 1-0 delivery. Fastball misses wide, and it's 1-1. Two and one, excuse me. The 2-1 pitch from Chavez. Swung on and grounded over towards second. Ozzy's got it. He flips it over to Olsen, who's covering the bag, and it's a 4-3 put out to end the inning. So Washington scores a run, but the Braves lead it by 2. We're heading to the 6th.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. 1 man. Goodbye. Hello.
Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it. Incomplete. The Buckeyes win.
They went to Hickman, and Penn State, well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. A report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves heading to the top of the 6th inning. The games have moved so quickly during the spring training. I'd say one of the reasons why we've had so many, why it's taken a little longer today is we're about to reach the 2-hour mark and about to hit the 6th inning, which is actually kind of slow compared to last year. Some of it has to do with the fact that there's been a lot of pitching changes in division or in inning pitching changes, excuse me. First pitch on the way from Thompson, who comes into the game. Mason Thompson is a fastball strike to Austin Riley, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, looked like the sinker, and it's 1-1. Braves 4, Washington 2. Righty-righty matchup, the 1-1 pitch off the plate. Oh, they're going to call that a strike. That looked like a little wide. Riley doesn't like it, and you can't blame him. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery down below the knees evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Thompson on the way right there, strike 3, 95 miles an hour on the outer black, and there's one away. I think that just kind of froze Riley. I think he was looking for something a little more down and off speed, and he got the hard cheese. So here comes Ozzie Albies from the left side of the plate, 2 for 3. First pitch swung on and dumped Ant towards shallow left field. The shortstop Abrams drifts back and makes the play, and there's 2 away. So 1 pitch out brings Sean Murphy to the plate. Thompson now just thrown 6 pitches in this inning. And the first pitch on the way to Thompson was an off-speed pitch, banged foul towards the third base line, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and hits it high, but not very deep into right field. Underneath it, making the catch is Thomas, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves go quietly, 1-2-3. We head to the bottom of the 6th, middle of the Nationals order coming to the plate.
All right, those first 2 were high and tight. So what do you think the next one's going to be? Either low and away or in my ear. He's not going to want to load the bases, so look for low and away. But watch out for in your ear.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Honest Ed's Used Cars, where every car we sell is backed by an ironclad guarantee that is so complete and comprehensive that we really don't see any need to put it in writing. And remember Honest Ed's motto, if any used car dealer anywhere in the country says he can sell you the same car cheaper than we will, then he's even a bigger liar than I am. And remember, if you'd like to learn one of life's most valuable secrets, just send $20 to the announcer in care of this station.
Armchair. For all you beginners out there, chip and putt. Everybody in golf that plays on a professional level can hit a driver. They can hit a 5-iron. They can hit a 6-iron. But it's 125, 150 yards in. That means a lot. Nobody ever talks about it. No guy that wins a golf tournament ever talks about, well, I hit that wedge from out of the rough from 122 yards and knocked it like this, got a gimme or whatever. But golf is all about 150 yards.
Soldiers in both armies played ball whenever and wherever they could, just like boys, one of them remembered.
If there was any transforming incident in the history of baseball, as in the history of this country, it was the Civil War. Play in the 1840s and 50s was not for the middle class. It was not for the working class. It was reserved for so-called gentlemen. Play became democratic when it became portable. It became a people's game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-2. We head to the bottom of the sixth inning in the middle of the order for the Washington Nationals. It'll be Smith, Ruiz, and Call. The first pitch on the way from Chavez is a strike there right at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Chavez inside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1-1. I see the question from Aggie about Alex Call not having 2 at-bats. That pitch misses, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery is swung on and missed. Nice changeup by Chavez, and it's 2-2. He had a sac fly, so that's why only the 1 at bat. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and hits over to the left side. Diving play by Riley, and he sails it over the head of Olsen. Smith is going to take the turn at first, and he's at second. Riley, from his knees, tried to make a spinning throw and threw that ball a good 10 feet over Olsen's head. It's actually really surprising it didn't end up in the crowd. Riley had to hurry the throw. He may have had a chance to get to his feet, but probably not. So he had to make the throw, difficult throw, and it'll be an E6. They might give him a single and an error. So I think he might have beat that play. So that'll bring Ruiz to the plate. Ruiz is 2 for 2. First pitch fouled off. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit hard over to first. Olsen's got it. He's fumbling the ball, but he'll fire it over to first. Chavez covering the bag, and a tough play, but there's one away. Braves have had some incredibly difficult defensive plays to make today for an opening day. I mean, you'd think these were drills they were putting them through. It's at least the 5th or 6th really difficult play they've had to make. Good play by Olsen, having to throw from his knees, had no other choice. So the runner does move over to third. Washington can get within 1 run on a sac fly. And Alex Call comes to the plate. Sac fly RBI in the second inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Cutter on the outer edge, and it's 0-1. Braves 4, Nationals 2. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back against the screen, and it's 0-2. Nationals Park holds about 41,500. If I was to guess, it's about half full. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Cutter misses high and wide. It's 1-2. And in a busy city like Washington, D.C., and a team that's not projected to be very good, doesn't come to that big of a surprise. But normally opening day is a big one. The 1-2 pitch misses on the outer edge, and it's 2-2. Also looks like most of the folks that are there making sure that they're sitting in the sun. Pretty cold day in the nation's capital. It's in the mid-50s in the sun. It's got to be feeling like the 40s. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Alex Cole whiffed on that one, and there's 2 away. Good pitch by Jesse Chavez. Big strikeout. He might be able to get out of this mess. Well, we won't find out. We're going to get another pitching change. We will be back in a moment here on Braves Country Baseball. Chavez heading to the showers. Runner on third and 2 away.
You're a cop, huh?
No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like it.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. I can't put you in physical condition. I can start you. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward. He can't go 100%.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves bringing Dylan Lee from the left side of the mound, and the first pitch from Lee to Garcia. Lefty-lefty matchup. Down below the knees, it's 1-0. Lee's had a pretty darn good spring. See if that can carry over into the regular season. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and bang foul. It's 1-1. Braves 4, Nationals 2. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball on the outer edge. Called for a strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Lee. Swing! And the ball is hit high, but not very deep. Ozuna's got it in left field. Will he make the catch? He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get out of that. We'll head to the 7th inning. Ozuna, Harris, and Darnode coming to the plate.
I'm going to let you guys do what you guys got to do. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to go home, make a little macaroni and cheese, seal the window, and turn on the gas.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Yeah, man, I gotta get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine.
Armchair.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah. That's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
No, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
We were playing ball between the lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the three outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back. First pitch to Ozuna is called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 3 on the day. The 0-1 pitch, swinging a banged foul down the third base line towards the dugout. And it's quickly 0-2. Thompson back out there to pitch a second inning. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and grounded up the middle. Hard charging Garcia, second baseman's going to make the play, flips it over to first and get Ozuna by about a step. And there's one away. Ozuna was busting it down the line, but wasn't able to beat that one out. That'll bring Michael Harris the second to the plate. Harris looking spry on his first official opening day. First pitch on the way is swung on and fouled down the third base line. Man, if that would have stayed fair, that would have been trouble. They're playing Harris to pull. Michael Harris, young phenom from the Atlanta area. The 0-1 pitch just misses inside, and it's 1-1. Harris is 1 for 3 on the day. He and Ozzie Albies had that mishap in the first inning where the two of them had a miscommunication. The ball dropped in between them. That's been a tough sun for both defenses all day long. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer edge, and it's 1-2. Appreciate y'all stopping by and hanging out with us here on Braves Country Baseball. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, fastball, got him on the outer edge. Harris must have been looking for something off speed because that got on him in a hurry, and there's 2 away. We'll be here 4 times a week. Schedule we will keep updated here in the page about section, as well as our Facebook and Twitter, Braves Country HD. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is a strike on the outer edge. Nice pitch by Thompson, and it's 0-1. Looked like the slider. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to be dumped into right field. Travis d'Arnaud is going to have his 3rd hit of the day. Have yourself an opening day, Mr. d'Arnaud. He goes to right field with the best of them. All of his hits been him just stepping towards the ball and shooting it into right field. That'll bring the number 9 hitter Arcia to the plate. Orlando Arcia takes a fastball inside, has to bend out of the way, a close shave, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, down below the knees, called for a strike. Good pitch by Thompson, and it's 1-1. Arcia 1 for 2 on the day. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back. Got him right in his kitchen and had to fight that one off, and it's 1-2. If you missed the news earlier in the day, Orlando Arcia signed to a 3-year extension by Anthopoulos and the Atlanta Braves. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul. Just trickles in between home and third. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 4, Washington 2, top of the seventh inning stretch coming up. The 1-2 pitch. Good eye by Arcia, and it's 2-2. Seventh inning also means it's time for birthdays here on Braves Country. The baseball birthdays we always do first. Get into those real quick. Yesterday, Matt Olson turned 29 years old. The 2-2 pitch to Arcia, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Get up and stretch, y'all. The 7th inning stretch. We will be back in just a bit here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here to 99.1 FM, The Key, and Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the game, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. They don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you got to get up and stretch as the Atlanta Braves, Washington Nationals are heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Atlanta clinging to a 4-2 lead. As we head towards this end of this first game, got kind of an indication of how long these games. Remember, they have the pitch clock, and they've been talking about how fast the games have been moving. But I think one thing they didn't take into account, especially in the early part of the season, I'm sure it's going to be much different as the season moves on. But you're having a lot of in-inning pitching changes that has slowed down the game. We did 4, maybe 5 spring training games this year, and they all averaged about 2.5 hours. But that will obviously not be the case today. This game started at 1:05. It looks like Dylan Lee will be back out there for the bottom of the 7th inning. So 4 pitches that he has thrown, they're going to ask him to go back out there for at least to start off the 7th inning. And he'll face Robles. On deck is Adams, and then the top of the order. First pitch on the way from Lee is a hard slider that's banged foul, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Taken for a ball, and it's 1-1. Good take by Robles. Just missed the strike zone. Baltimore leads Boston 5-1, top of 4 in Fenway. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses inside, and it's 2-1. Yankees all over the Giants, 5-0 in the top of the 8th. The 2-1 pitch from Lee. Down below the knees and in the dirt. Ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled. Just got a piece of it. Fouled it off the plate back behind the backstop, and it's 3-2. Sam Hilliard has replaced Marcell Ozuna in left field. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. We know Brian Snickers normally doesn't get very aggressive early in the season for a win. The 3-2 pitch down below the knees. Ball 4. And Victor Robles will head down to first. The philosophy's a little different on opening day when you know you're going to have the day off the next day. You'd hate to lose this lead, a game where the Braves have probably had some opportunities earlier to stretch this lead a little further open, but have been felt in command the whole time, but now just lead by 2. First pitch on the way to Abrams is a swing and a miss, sweeping slider, and it's 0-1. Abrams 0 for 2 on the day. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider dropped off the table outside the zone. The 0-2 count to Robles. Thomas on deck. Be interesting to see if Lee goes another batter. The 0-2 pitch swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn, but fighting the sun is Riley. Drifts back and makes the catch. And there's one away. And typically, that's not an eventful play. But what's going on today, everyone's fighting the sun. And I just noticed Riley doesn't have sunglasses out there either. You wonder what these guys are doing. Snicker's going to make a pitching change. We'll be back in a minute here on Braves Country. Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 first pitch. It's the Atlanta Braves at the Washington Nationals. Spencer Strider versus Josiah Gray. We'll have it all here, pitch by pitch, inning by inning, play by play, here on Braves Country. That's Spencer Strider Day, Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 Eastern, right here on Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Braves country.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will enter the game. The Braves are having to dump out their entire bullpen today on opening day, trying to cling to this 4-2 lead. If you're just joining us, Max Fried had to leave the game early with an injury scare. Looked like the hamstring. Hopefully it's just precautionary. First pitch on the way from McHugh, sweeps across the plate and catches the strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Lane Thomas steps in, and he's 1 for 3 on the day. The 0-1 pitch, right there at the knees. Good pitch by McHugh. Sweeping curve, and it's 0-2. Braves 4, Washington 2, bottom of the 7th. Runner on first, 1 away. McHugh spins and fires over to first to try to catch Robles snapping. He's underneath the tag, and it's do it again at 0-2. Of course, remember, along with the pitch clock, you can only offer over to second twice. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Ball outside and high, it's 1-2. On the third attempt, if you don't get the runner, it's an automatic balk. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Collins. Swing and a miss, strike 3 in the dirt. Runner went to run, but I think he didn't realize or didn't remember that there was only 1 out, so he had nowhere to go with first base occupied. So now 2 away, and arguably the best hitter on the Washington Nationals this year, Joey Meneses, came up last year late in the season and actually played really well. Big power hitter. First pitch on the way is a cutter on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. McHugh kicks and deals. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Fighting the sun is Acuna. He'll make the catch, drifting over towards foul territory. That'll end the inning. He's one of the few guys out there with sunglasses on as well. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country and Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
Oh, dude, I thought you said they didn't have alcohol. Look, they got screwdrivers.
Oh, no, just orange juice.
Just orange juice, like the mixer?
Yeah, people drink it. Yeah.
It's crazy. When was the last time you drank straight mixer?
Oh, I had a Diet Cola mixer a while ago.
Oh, did you? Was it any good?
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey Scott.
Second down from the 3. Comes to blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness. The Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years. SEC!
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime. North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-2 heading to the top of the 8th. We need to get some insurance runs. Atlanta will face Hunter Harvey, 2.52 ERA last year in 39 innings. First pitch on the way from Harvey is a fastball. Did he go around? They say it was out of the zone. He did not go around, and it's 1-0. First base umpire Phil Cousy said that Acuna held up. Righty-righty matchup here. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and popped up. Is that going to stay in play? Fighting the sun and making the play over at first is Smith. And there's one away. I think now that the sun isn't directly into the center of the sky, they're having a little better go with it. They are having to shield themselves. I've never seen so many guys on a day game not wear shades in the field. It's really odd. They usually have all the designer shades and want to show them off, and I think there's 3 guys out there who have shades on. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson, misses outside the zone. Splitter on the outer edge, and it's 1-0. 89 miles an hour on that pitch. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it back. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit hard into left field. It's going to get down. One hops down for a 1-out single. Alex Call makes the play and gets it back in quickly. Good piece of hitting by Matt Olson. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate, and the first pitch to Riley is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Olson now 2 for 5 with a run scored. The 1-0 delivery swung on and fouled well out of play into the second deck, and it's 1-1. Austin Riley today looking for his first hit, but he has had 3 walks. The 1-1 way off the plate, and it's 2-1. 99-mile-an-hour fastball, nowhere close to the zone. Baltimore 5, Boston 2 in the 5th inning. Chicago leads Milwaukee 4-0. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and hits it hard, foul, and a good barehanded play by Ron Washington, Braves third base coach. He'll get a Bronx cheer for that one. The 2-2 delivery to Riley is swung on and hit hard over to short. 6, 4, 3. Riley beats the throw. That'll extend the inning. Kind of a slow developing handle by Abrams. He had to kind of double clutch it. That allowed Riley to beat the throw down the line. Marlins and Mets begin at 4:10 Eastern. Scherzer versus Sandy Alcantara. It's the first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Alcantara, of course, the reigning Cy Young champion against Max Scherzer. Ozzie Albies 2 for 4, 2 singles. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over to second. It'll be an easy 4-3 put out to end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. It's opening day in Major League Baseball. As we bring you Braves versus Nationals in Washington, D.C., we'll also keep you up to date with all the scores going on around the league. NL East foes at 4:10 Eastern, Mets and Marlins in Lone Depot Park in Miami, while the Phillies at 4 o'clock travel to the Rangers. That's expected to be Aaron Nola versus Jacob deGrom. Other early games, Giants at the Yankees, Orioles at the Red Sox, the Tigers at the Rays. Late afternoon, first pitch, 4:10. Blue Jays travel to St. Louis to face the Cardinals. And tonight, White Sox at the Astros, Cease versus Valdez, and 3 games at 10 Eastern. Angels in Oakland, the Diamondbacks are at the Dodgers, and Cleveland travels to Seattle to face the Mariners. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country Baseball. We'll keep you updated with all the scores. Braves Country Today follows as we react to 2023 opening day. One non-baseball game of interest tonight in Las Vegas at 9:30 Eastern, the NIT Championship. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country. Colin McHugh looks like he's going to come back out on the mound, and I'm not sure what's going on here, but it looks like McHugh might have been hit for an automatic ball. So though believe it's 1-0, it could be 2-0. I'll have to get that cleared up here in a second. The 1-0 delivery misses upstairs, and it's now 2-0 according to the screen. But I could have swore I saw the umpire put an automatic ball. We'll see what happens here. The 2-0 pitch. Ball 3, and it is an automatic walk. Ball 4. Now Colin McHugh's asking the umpire for clarification to find out what it was he did. I'm sure he's not going to, veteran like that's not going to spend a lot of time worrying about it, but he just wants to know what in the world he could have done to get an automatic ball. It must have been being ready in time coming out of the break. So that'll put the tying run to the plate. Dominic Smith comes to the plate. We know he's got pop. First pitch on the way to Smith is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, misses outside, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Looks like the official paid crowd for the Nats today is the 1-1 pitch is. Did he go around? He did. Smith chased it high out of the zone, and it's 1-2. The official paid crowd is 35,757, but I'm telling you, I'd be shocked if there's actually 20,000 people in those seats. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and ball is hit hard down the right field line. Is it fair? It is not just foul. That could have been trouble. Candelario standing at first. The 1-2 pitch. On the way from McHugh in the dirt. gets away from Murphy, but he keeps the runner at bay. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 4, Washington 2, bottom of the 8th inning. On opening day 2023. Here's the 2-2 inside. Ball 3 and a full count now to Dominic Smith. Standing on deck is Ruiz. Here's the 3-2 down below the knees. Tried to get him to chase the curveball way out of the zone. Smith did not bite. And now you got runners on first and second, nobody out. With Ruiz coming to the plate. And I think that's what it was, going back to that automatic ball, is that the umpire was trying to tell him to hurry up his warm-up pitches. And when he didn't, he was kind of deliberate. He went ahead and rang up for an automatic ball. Here's the first pitch on the way to Ruiz, and it's a curveball at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. So Ruiz now represents the go-ahead run. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball on the outer edge. Misses. Even counted 1-1. Braves 4. Nationals 2. Bottom of the 8th inning. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard into center field, but right at Harris. Harris makes the play. He'll get it back into the infield, and the runners cannot advance. Good play by Michael Harris, and there's one away. That ball was hit on a line. Thankfully, he was right there. You got to figure 9th inning, for those of y'all who haven't kept up with it, Raciel Iglesias is on the IL today. So you got to figure that you're going to get Mentor as the closer. They do have a few options down there. If this gets away from a closing possibility. The first pitch on the way from McHugh to looks like they have brought in a pinch hitter. The 0-1 pitch, swing and fouled back. And it's 0-2. That is not called. I think that's Dickerson. I think that's Alex Dickerson. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. 87 miles an hour. And it's 0-2. It is Dickerson. Righty-lefty matchup. Remember, he had a cup of coffee in Braves country. So runners on first and second. An 0-2 count. Here's the windup of the pitch, swung on and grounded over to first. Backhanded play by Olsen. He'll get the runner at second, but a slow developing play. Dickerson's going to beat the throw down to first base. In fact, Arcia keeps it in his pocket. So they don't get the double play to get out of the inning, but they do keep the tying run from reaching scoring position. So it's now runners on the corners, 2 away. In a righty-lefty matchup. And the first pitch is swung on and grounded over to Albies. Albies has it and scoops it, flips it over to first, gets Garcia by about 2 steps, and that'll end the inning. So that got hairy, but we got out of it. We'll head to the 9th inning, clinging to a 2-run lead.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. To protect.
Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 first pitch. It's the Atlanta Braves at the Washington Nationals. Spencer Strider versus Josiah Gray. We'll have it all here, pitch by pitch, inning by inning, play by play, here on Braves Country. That's Spencer Strider Day, Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 Eastern, right here on Braves Country. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseballs. We're heading to the top of the 9th inning on opening day. Atlanta trying to get off to a good start and get a win in the win column against a division foe. Later on, in just 20 minutes, you're going to have the Marlins and Mets battling. And the Phillies are in Texas. A couple of really good battles. Braves will be off tomorrow. We'll be back here 4:05 Eastern on Saturday. First pitch, Braves versus Nationals at Spencer Strider Day. So we head to the 9th inning. Want to get through these birthdays. Alex Bregman turns 29 years old today, 140 home runs, 30.5 WAR. Alex Bregman, the most home runs hit by anyone born on this day in baseball history. And the most wins born on this day in baseball history, Chris Sale turns 34 years old, the Floridian with a 45 WAR, 114 wins. Happy 56th birthday to Mr. Brian Jordan. Brian Jordan, 184 career home runs. Non-birthday birthdays. You got Richard Sherman turning 35 in the National Football League. Jerry Lucas is 82 of the New York Knicks. As we lead off the top of the 9th, it's Murphy versus Finnegan. And Finnegan fires in a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Finnegan, 66 innings last season with a 3.51 ERA. And John Aston, as the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, backhanded, kept it from going haywire towards the backstop. It's 1-1. John Aston of Adams Family fame, he is 93 years old. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96-mile-an-hour fastball just below the knees on the outer edge, and it's 1-2. And Warren Beatty, Bonnie and Clyde fame, he turns 86, and the great Eric Clapton turns 78, and that's your birthdays. Braves lead at 4-2, top of the 9th inning. A 1-2 count on the leadoff hitter, Sean Murphy, newly acquired Atlanta Brave, signed to a 6-year deal in the offseason. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high. You talk about a high sky. That's a can of corn over towards Abrams. He fights the sun and makes the catch. There's one away. So not only have you had this sun battling with all the infielders and outfielders, I mean, Abrams just did a double take at the sun. So you know it's an issue. But not only have you had this issue today, I can't believe how many high pop-ups there have been with the sun situation. It's almost like Murphy's Law, as Sean Murphy is retired. And that brings to the plate new Atlanta Brave, who came in to play left field a couple of innings ago. Sam Hilliard comes to the plate, tricks the first pitch off the plate, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery from Finnegan looks like the curveball misses down below the knees. It's 2-0. Sam Hilliard hit .417 in spring training with a home run. The 2-0 pitch 97-mile-an-hour fastball misses down and in, and it's 3-0 to Hilliard. Michael Harris stands on deck. The 3-0 delivery inside, ball 4, and Sam Hilliard will go grab a free bag. See if we can get something going here in the ninth. Give the Braves a little bit of a breathing room, leading 4-2. Finnegan was kind of all over the place in that at bat. He'll face another left-hander. Michael Harris comes to the plate. He's 1 for 4 on the day. And the first pitch to Harris is a fastball right across the plate over the knees, and it's 0-1. Make sure to stay tuned for Braves Country today, post-game show today. After the coverage here, the 0-1 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-1. We'll keep it rolling here on 99.1 FM, the key, until the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We'll also be on our YouTube channel, Braves Country HD, as we are every day, 3 to 5, when there's not a game. The 1-1 pitch, fastball inside, just misses, and it's 2-1, 97 miles an hour. It is AJ Minter, by the way, warming up in the bullpen. The 2-1 delivery from Finnegan. Fastball, the runner's on the move, and Hilliard's going to be underneath the tag. He's safe at second with a stolen base. Good base running by Sam. He took off like he was shot out of a cannon, and I think he caught the Nationals napping a little bit. It wasn't the greatest of jump, but man, did he have separation once he took off. The 2-2 pitch, fastball way outside, almost pitch out range, and it's full count to Michael Harris. Standing on deck, Travis d'Arnaud, who is 3 for 4 on the day, the designated hitter. The 3-2 delivery from Finnegan, down below the knees, ball 4, and now we got runners on first and second. 1 out. And the way d'Arnaud has been swinging the bat, you got to figure he's going to be looking to take one of those fastballs to right field. By the way, update, Baltimore all over Boston. It is 8-2 in the 5th. And here comes the pitching coach for Washington. So I don't believe we're going to get a pitching change. Go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick while they are chewing the chaw there on the mound. Chicago leads Milwaukee 4-0 in the 6th. Detroit 1-0. They trailed Tampa Bay in the 4th. Erod on the mound for the Tigers. Earlier today, Yankees blank San Francisco 5-0. And so the powwow on the mound is over with, and that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley, I'm sorry, Travis d'Arnaud. I have no idea why I said Riley. The first pitcher on the way to d'Arnaud is a fastball at the knees. Called for a strike, and it's 0-1. d'Arnaud 3 for 4 on the day. Love to get something in the outfield. The 0-1 pitch, 97 miles an hour on the outer edge, and it's 0-2. Little surprised d'Arnaud didn't poke at one of those and send it towards right field, because he has had a lot of success with that today. The 0-2 delivery, fastball swung on, popped up. Will it stay in play? It will not. It'll bend foul over towards the dugout seats into the shade. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Darnode. Finnegan looks back. Hilliard at second. He's going to throw it over to second. Does he get him? Just under the tag. Hilliard taking a page out of Arcia's book, and he was really far away from the bag. I'm not sure why Hilliard's cheating that far off the bag, because he's got good speed. Anything to the outfield should score him. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get down, and it's going to get down. It's going to be a bullet in the gap, baby. Here comes Hilliard. He's going to score. Ron Washington's going to wave around Money Mike. He's going to score. It is 6-2, your Atlanta Braves. Travis Darnode, have yourself an opening day, sir. 4 for 5, 2 more RBIs, and Atlanta's got some breathing room. It's 6-2 in the top of the ninth. He took that fastball and he got around on her a little quicker than he'd been getting on the others, and he just raked it in between the 7-8 gap up against the wall. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia takes the first ball below the knees, 97-mile-an-hour sinker in the dirt, and it's 1-0. That Yankees-Giants game today, if you're wondering, Garrett Cole, 6 innings, 11 strikeouts. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered into the right field corner, making the play. And now here comes the relay, and the ball goes away from the third baseman. He falls on top of Darnode. Darnode appears to be okay. Are they going to award him home plate? Because I think they are going to award him home plate. So it's 7-2. I think that ball went out of play. Kind of got lost in the shadows there. So an aggressive base running play by Darnode, which normally you don't want to be the last out, ends up paying off as it skips into, I believe, the dugout is where it ended up at. Candelario, the third baseman, ended up falling on top of Darnode, but it wasn't as bad as it first looked. So that'll bring Acuna to the plate. We're up 7-2 now. A lot of breathing room. You got to love that, Braves country. And Acuna takes a big hack at the first pitch he sees, and it's 0-1. You know Acuna wants to try to take 97 miles an hour over the left field wall. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. Another fastball, it's 0-2. And also in that Giants-Yankees game, Mr. Aaron Judge hit a home run. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back against the track at the wall, making a leaping catch as Robles to rob Acuna of extra bases. And that'll end the inning. So the Braves get 3 runs and bust this puppy wide open. It's 7-2. We're heading to the bottom of the ninth.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
You don't want to miss, as we covered the entire NFL on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
12-0 Chicago Bears. If they can go all the way, they would be 19-0. The last undefeated team in pro football history, these Miami Dolphins. 72, 14-0 regular season. After the Super Bowl, they were 17-0 for a third down and 6. Cooper, Moore, and Clayton. Out of the way, into the arms of Clayton. Oh, and are things going right for the Dolphins tonight? 42-yard touchdown, batted into the air at the line of scrimmage. This is vintage Monday Night Football. Final seconds ticking off. Bears will not go undefeated. But what a victory for the Dolphins. And Dan Marino reigns supreme once again.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience. Not you.
Armchair.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What must be the contempt for those who would degrade our great national game and make it a business? When such becomes the case, farewell to baseball. The excitement which is at present attendant on these contests will cease. Then the game itself will gradually but surely die out. Philadelphia City Item.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I see the comment asking about Freed's hamstring, but they haven't announced anything. Typically, we won't know anything until tomorrow. They'll give you the typical coach speak afterwards and say, we're going to run some tests kind of thing. But I don't think we'll know anything for sure until tomorrow. I think that's relatively good news. If it was something really bad, something probably would have leaked out already. Tomorrow, the Braves are off. Saturday, we'll be back with Braves Country Baseball, 4:05 first pitch. AJ Minter enters the game, and there's some kind of a issue. So Minter and Murphy are going to meet about halfway and get set. They had to call time before he got hit with a delay of game penalty. That's the only way I know how to call it. I know it's a football term, but it's what it reminds me of. So the first pitch on the way from Minter is a cutter, misses inside, 89 miles an hour. Robles had to dive out of the way. It's 1-0. Braves 7, Washington 2. Bottom of the ninth inning. The 1-0 delivery. Fastball, top of the zone. They called that a ball? Wow. Okay. That definitely hit the strike zone in the top corner. It's 2-0. 2-0 pitch. Fastball inside, ball 3, 3-0. The 3-0 delivery from Minter. Right there at the knees. Called for a strike. It's 3-1. The 3-1 wide and outside, ball 4. And it's a leadoff walk to get the Nationals going here in the bottom of the ninth, trailing by 5. The last thing Minter and the Braves want to do is go out there and start walking folks, let them back in this game. So that'll bring C.J. Abrams to the plate. He's 0 for 3. And here's the first pitch on the way, and just misses top of the zone. Cutter makes it 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Minter. Swing and a miss. Strike 2, 1-2. Went with the cutter on the outer edge. Could not time it. Braves are going to need Minter in a big way these first few weeks. The Glacius on the IL. They hope he only misses the 15 days. But here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kind of a half-hearted half swing that came around. And there's one away. So that'll bring Thomas to the plate. Thomas 1 for 4. The first pitch is Mitcher's going to flip it over to first to keep the runner at bay. I can't imagine they would be running down 7-2, but you never know. Might just want to work on his pickoff move. First pitch on the way to Minter is right there, top of the zone, called for a strike. Same exact place that ball was at that I mentioned on the last batter, or the first batter, but this one called for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 2, 95-mile-an-hour cheese right up around the letters over the plate. Too hot to handle for Thomas, and he's quickly down 0-2. Standing on deck is Meneses. Here's the 0-2 pitch, down below the knees in the dirt. Good block by Murphy. He offered like he was going to throw down towards first. He keeps it in his pocket, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Minter. He kicks and deals, swinging a fouled back 95-mile-an-hour fastball just above the knees. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 7, Nationals 2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and ground it foul towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again. We'll be back Saturday, 4:05 first pitch. Braves Nationals, Spencer Strider Day. Strider versus Josiah Gray. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Way outside. Fastball misses, and it's 2-2. In the third game of this series, 1:35 first pitch on Sunday. And the Braves will head to St. Louis. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to second, scooped and flipped by Ozzie. He'll get the force out at first. The runner from first will move to second, and there's 2 away. Ozzie, I think, may have been under the impression there was 2 outs because he was slowly jogging towards to go off the field and then realized there was just 1 out before that play. So 2 outs, runner on second. Meneses comes to the plate, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled back, 95-mile-an-hour gas. The top of the zone, and it's 0-1. Stay tuned for Braves Country today following Braves Country Baseball here. We'll go live all the way to 5 on WQEE and Braves Country HD. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2, and we're down to the last strike, Braves Country. 1 strike away from getting the first win of the 2023 season. Here's the 0-2 delivery from Minter down below the knees. Good eye by Meneses, and it's 1-2. Braves 7, Washington 2, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning. The 1-2 pitch just missed off the plate, dropped by Murphy. It's a changeup, trying to get him to go fishing. We'll do it again at 2-2. Standing on deck is Candelario. A 5-run lead, 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Under it is Michael Harris, the second, and he'll put it away, and that'll be the game. So your Atlanta Braves get the big victory here, 7-2 on opening day. Atlanta goes to 1-0 and shoots to the top of the division as no one else has played. 7 runs, 12 hits and 2 errors for Atlanta. 2 runs, 8 hits, and 3 errors for Washington. Kind of a sloppy game. Official time of the game, 3 hours and 9 minutes. And the Atlanta Braves will go to 1-0 on the season. Patrick Corbin will take the loss. The win, that'll be up to the official score. Probably go to Chavez or Lutke. We'll find out more and let you know what happens on Braves Country Today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Braves Country Today right here on Braves Country HD and WQEE. We'll take you live all the way 3 to 5. Keep it locked in here. Steven and I believe Doug are going to join us, and Joey. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves win it 7-2 on opening day. It wasn't the prettiest, but we got the W.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon. This is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. It's opening day in Major League Baseball. As we bring you Braves versus Nationals in Washington, D.C., we'll also keep you up to date with all the scores going on around the league. NL East foes at 4:10 Eastern, Mets and Marlins in Lone Depot Park in Miami, while the Phillies at 4 o'clock travel to the Rangers. That's expected to be Aaron Nola versus Jacob deGrom. Other early games, Giants at the Yankees, Orioles at the Red Sox, Tigers at the Rays. Late afternoon, first pitch, 4:10. Blue Jays travel to St. Louis to face the Cardinals. And tonight, White Sox at the Astros, Cease versus Valdez, and 3 games at 10 Eastern. Angels in Oakland, Diamondbacks are at the Dodgers, and Cleveland travels to Seattle to face the Mariners. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country Baseball. We'll keep you updated with all the scores. Braves Country Today follows as we react to 2023 opening day. One non-baseball game of interest tonight in Las Vegas at 9:30 Eastern, the NIT Championship. That's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
I got back to the hotel at 7:30 this morning, and I went up to the desk to leave a wake-up call for 7 o'clock. The lady goes, "It's past 7. No, the next one. You got another one coming around, don't you? Why don't you just put me on that one?"
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Woo! Got through opening day. Welcome back to Braves Country today. As it transitions from Braves Country baseball, might be a little confusing to folks. We do a live talk show 3 to 5 every day for those who might have been catching us for the first time. 3 to 5 Monday through Friday, called Braves Country Today. It all takes place on Braves Country HD, the channel, the YouTube channel. Then, of course, also simulcasts on WQEE. So Braves Country baseball transitions to Braves Country Today on opening day. And welcoming on to the show, Joey Ariola. How are you, sir?
I'm a happy man. Good Braves win. My Cubs are up 4-0 right now on Milwaukee. It's a good day for baseball opening day. Hopefully all our teams do well, and the Marlins can, take out the Mets. That'd be nice too.
And Steven, how are you, sir?
Man, it's my favorite holiday. Opening day is here. That Braves already got a win. I mean, for you, on top of that, it must be nice talking to some actual people now instead of talking to the screen for 3 hours.
I enjoy the games. Man, by the way, how about Aaron Judge is on pace for 162 home runs now? He went yard day one. How about that? Now, we're going to try to keep you updated if any news breaks about Max Fried. He had to come out of the game in the 4th inning. Apparent hamstring tightness. We have no idea if it was just, he shook his head no. But you don't know if that means he's saying, no, I'm fine, or no, I can't pitch. So Max Fried, we do not want to see this, could be headed to the IL. That would be rough.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point of the season, I feel like I didn't see the injury, but it doesn't sound like it was super serious. I feel like they were just being a little bit extra cautious. We can only hope it's not anything too serious, but
yeah, and I agree. And the only thing I would add on to that is now you got a couple of starting pitchers that could possibly be injured. So hopefully it just doesn't build up past this. If it's just a couple of little things, Fried's overall fine, no big deal. But let's not have this ball continue down the road and get another starter. Let's keep things healthy now.
Yeah, they're gonna. Well, you got Schuster and you got Dodd coming anyways, regardless. So that's gonna. If Fried has to miss any time, the biggest question would be, where would you go from there? And they weren't too happy with what Ian Anderson and Bryce Elder were doing, but those would be the first team you would think of because Kyle Wright's not really stretched out yet. So that could be dicey. If they think it's just one start, it could be something as easy as just doing a bullpen game, right? But he doesn't get an extra day of rest because the Braves don't get a day off. He's supposed to pitch. Well, I guess in theory, one extra day of rest. He's supposed to pitch next Wednesday. So in St. Louis. So they don't have a day off after that either. So it's not like you could push them back one more day and et cetera, et cetera. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. But until we get the news, it's kind of neither here nor there. But Braves win at 7-2 for folks who are just joining us. Braves win 7-2. They beat the Washington Nationals. It's a little dicey, a little hairy, because once Fried came out, man, it got a little white knuckling there down the stretch. And those 3 runs they scored in the 9th inning were huge. They had a chance to blow this game wide open in the middle innings and just could not come up with the big hit. But all in all, I don't know how much of the game y'all caught, but the sun was a major factor for both teams. They were battling. If you look at the line, you see Braves with 2 errors and Washington with 3 errors. And there were, I can't tell you how many hard hit balls that were eating up infielders, how many fly balls that they were having to fight the sun. But here's the biggest question I have in general. The sun's high in the sky. There wasn't a cloud. The 1 o'clock kick, first pitch, right? There was maybe 3 guys out there that had sunglasses on. And I'm like, where in the heck did this come from?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was watching the broadcast. I mean, like they were saying that the sun was directly over the press box, which is right behind home plate. And I think that was right after the that fly, like that pop up that Arcia dropped. But yeah, I mean, why wouldn't guys be wearing more guys be wearing sunglasses?
I mean, I couldn't figure it out. I started mentioning it about midway through the game. I kept waiting for, the first thing I expected some equipment manager to come running out there and start throwing sunglasses to everybody. And the only guys that were prepared and they weren't having the problems on the Braves side was Harris fought a little bit, but all in all, he was okay. Harris, Acuna, and Olsen. And Olsen made that one nifty catch where it was over his shoulder. He was fighting the sun. And I mean, it was much ado about nothing. But I could not understand. And for Washington as well, it wasn't just a Braves thing. Like, what are all these guys doing out there without any shades with the sun? So, I mean, there wasn't a single cloud in the sky today.
Yeah, at least you guys had some sun out there. But I'll tell you what even adds on to that. With them battle in the sun. I loved what the bullpen did at 5 2/3 innings for the Braves. After Fried did go down, maybe you think things would come off the rails a little bit. Maybe they make a couple of errors. No, they held strong, and they only let up 1 run in that 5 2/3 with, I think, 5 guys that did it. So I was pretty impressed by the Braves bullpen as well.
They did give the win to Lucas Litke, by the way. I wasn't sure. When it comes in a situation like that, it's up to the official score, and then they could have went to him and they could have went to Chavez, but they gave it to Litke. I think that was the right choice. But Braves win at 7-2. Corbin looked like Patrick Corbin again after all this talk in the spring about, man, he really looks good. He's really doing things, and it's the same old thing.
Yeah, you probably haven't seen it yet, but I texted you and Sean at it was the second inning, and I was like, 44 pitches for Corbin, 4 outs, bases loaded. It's definitely baseball season.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, Braves tried to trade Ozuna to get him because they just want to get rid of Ozuna's baggage, and they were willing to take on his baggage, which was actually worse baggage. I was really surprised to hear that they turned it down.
Corbin hasn't had a year with an ERA under 4 since 2019 now. His ERA has gone from...
If you remember that year, even in the 2019 year when they won the World Series, at the end, he was a bullpen guy. They wouldn't let him start a game because they were trying to piece it together on how they could win that World Series and not have Corbin. So Corbin would come in and do some middle innings, 1 or 2 innings, and he was decent. But, man, he came back in 2020, was terrible, but you threw that one away because of the pandemic. He has been nothing but batting practice. And it's not just against the Braves. He had 6 ERA. What was he, 6-19 last year? And
yeah, with a 6.31 ERA.
Yeah, and they've got to pay the guy $35 million next year. And if it were me and I was running the Nationals, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take on Ozuna. I'm a DFA him, but at least I'm gonna save some money over here.
Yeah.
That's just absolutely dumbfounding. Now, Ozuna did Ozuna type things, swinging at the first pitch and popping it up and grounding it out. He was 315 in the spring, but it's the spring, and I'm just, until I see it in regular season play, I'm going to assume that he's going to be a bat on the bench. He will get starts against lefties most of the time. I found it interesting that I can't think of his name, but one of the Braves beat writers said that he thought that Rosario was going to get the starting nod and face most lefties, but that wasn't the case, because if you're going to start him against lefties, you would have started him against Corbin.
Yeah, 100%.
So I do expect him for Rosario to be in the starting lineup on Saturday because they're facing Josiah Gray, who's a righty. But if you're thinking about, like, folks out there who are thinking about DFS or fantasy, any of that kind of nonsense, Rosario, despite the rumors, Rosario is not worth having on your roster because he's literally going. I mean, unless you're in a deep league where you're just realize he's only going to play against right-handed pitching.
I do love. Oh, go ahead.
I was even if you're playing DFS, you should have no interest in Eddie Rosario.
And I was just going to add on to that.
If you're in a deep league, I mean, there's NL only deep leagues that I've seen where, you're actually, your hands forced. Those are called big boy leagues, right? Not the, 8 guys and 20-man roster and everybody's a Hall of Famer who's out there playing.
Now, you want to get a real league? We should start a league only AL Central next year. Really make it interesting.
A guy I worked with this morning was talking about how he plays fantasy football. I was like, really? Because I never heard him talk about football, sports much. I said, really? He goes, yeah, I won my league the last 2 years. I said, really? I said, you must be in a candy cane league. He goes, what do you mean? I said, because I can't imagine you being very knowledgeable on fantasy football. He goes, well, I've won it the last 2 years. He starts to try to explain. I said, all right, hold on a second. First of all, what do y'all do it on? I finally, after he explains it like 10 minutes, he's on NFL app. I said, well, first of all, that's how I know that you don't know what you're doing. But second of all, are you PPR, half point PPR? And he had the strangest look, like I was talking a foreign language. I said, you don't know if you're in a PPR, half point PPR? He goes, I don't think our computer does that. And I said, I said, you're in a candy cane league for sure now, baby. That's it. That's all I need to know. He goes, well, the computer figures. I said, no. If you were in a real league, you would know what you were in. Trust me. That is not I don't know. It's like, no. That would be literally like saying I'm in a fantasy baseball league. Say, is it an American league or a National League only, or is it both? Well, I don't know. I just pick my players.
I'd be like doing a best ball draft and not picking an outfielder for the first 10 rounds.
I'm going to try to get the main scoreboard up here so we can.
That's what I kind of wanted to bring up. The top 4 hitters, you got to be impressed with at the box score of the Braves lineup, getting on base 9 times between Acuna, Olsen, Riley, and Albies. 9 times on base. That's a pretty good way to start the season for that lineup as well. I was going to add in.
Darnode was tearing it up, man.
Yeah, 4 for 5. Whew.
Yeah. And he was doing the typical Darnode thing where he'll take that outside pitch and just drill it to right field. So when he came out that last time, I thought for sure that's what it was going to be, because he's facing a guy who's straight gas, right? And he was hitting the outer part of the plate. And I was like, I was just expecting him that first couple of pitches, they were fastballs on the outer corner, and I thought he was going to just step into it and just shoot it to right field. And he got around on that 2-strike pitch and just sent it into the gap. And I'm sure that entire outfield was like, well, where the hell did this come from? Because he just been peppering right field all game. And big opening day for him. Cubs still lead at 4-0 against Milwaukee.
Dansby had 3 hits today. Mr. Swanson hit with 3 for 4 so far.
DeGrom has already given up 2 runs. He's trailing 2-0 to the Phillies. So there you have that.
Man, both Sox are getting destroyed. I know Adley Rutschman's having a day so far.
Yeah, they were. I actually took the Orioles on the run line. I mean, on the money line for that game today. Has the Miami game started yet?
Yeah, it was on 14.
Oh, it's way down here. Okay.
Yep, 0-0 in the second.
The Marlins. Let's see if I can squeeze in Phillies and Marlins score. You'll just have to keep us updated on what's going on with the Cubs because I can't fit them all in.
We're about 3 outs away, so we're almost there. Come on.
Who was starting for the Cardinals today?
Nicholas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's
and
right.
You know who sang the national anthem? Adam Wainwright sang the national anthem for that game.
Did he?
Yeah. Pretty interesting.
Was he any good? Did you hear it?
He was decent, I thought. I mean, I wouldn't have said he was bad if I didn't know who he was. I would have said that was just fine.
That's an interesting one. I didn't know he sang.
News to all of us, I think.
I've seen him in some interviews, and he was in the booth a couple times. He's a pretty entertaining guy. They used to have him on MLB Network during the pandemic, and he would be like locked up in his hotel room somewhere, and he was pretty entertaining. So that really doesn't surprise me that there was something else that he was into. It wasn't singing that he would always, I can't remember what it was. It was something like you just would not expect Adam Wainwright to be into. Something odd. I can't remember, like butterfly catching or something weird like that. You're like, wait, what? How the hell did you get into that? Well, you get bored when you're on the road.
Bring your racket.
God, the Mets finally woke up and put Edwin Diaz on the IL. Jeez.
Took long enough.
Yeah. Jeez.
Who's going to close games for them, Robertson, or who would it be?
Well, they're saying committee, but I think Robertson will get an opportunity. And then we'll see. What in the world is this? So opening day and Salvador Perez is not in the lineup. That's not what you want to see when you have him on your team.
Oh.
Dude, what
opening day?
What's the lineup?
I don't know, but it doesn't have an injury designation. I went to hit the thing that said
and Oliveira is playing.
I went to hit the little, the window that gives you the information, and it's just blathering on about how he wants to play 2 more years. How about you play today? How about that? Why don't you just play one game and then we'll go from there? Now, obviously, I was wrapped up in the Braves game. Has anything else crazy going on? I saw that Cole got 11 strikeouts and Judge had the home run. Did anything else of note happen?
Logan Webb had 12 strikeouts.
Did he really?
Yep. Oh, Salvador Perez is in the lineup. He's batting third.
Well, what? It's got a big red X on him. That's weird. All right. Well, maybe it's just a glitch. Maybe because he hasn't hit yet. I don't know. He probably. So if he is batting, then you probably have a lot of people ticked off at Yahoo right now going, you put the red X on, so I took him out of the lineup. Probably scream some bum instead.
I'll tell you who had a great day. The Orioles, like you mentioned before, they're up 10-4 with their young catcher, Rutschman, if I'm pronouncing that right. 4 for 4 RBIs. The guy is absolutely sensational from game 1 already.
Yeah, Adley Rutschman, I mean, the talent is there. I'm curious, 0 for 2. Anthony Volpe, I was curious what his debut would be.
He's got a stolen base, or he stole a base, though.
Okay. Stolen base. Did he walk?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. Opening day jitters.
Well,
The only thing that makes me cringe was I'm afraid to look at my pitching to make sure one guy didn't go out there and give up like 9 runs. You're like,
Well, yeah. So I had a Logan Webb in my lineup, and I pulled him out and put Corbin Burns in. Ask me anything. My day's going great.
Oh, yeah. I can see why you did it.
Oh, is this DFS?
No, my normal league.
How do you have both of them not in the lineup?
Because I have only 3 starting. I have 3 starter spots and 6 people going today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's ESPN, different league.
Gotcha. I was like, dude, I don't want to play you. What are you talking about? You got these guys on the bench? No way, I'm out.
I mean, my other two starters are Garrett.
I'm over here trying to piece together Jared Schuster.
I also have Matt Boyd on that team, so it balances out.
I'm over here hoping for a Jack Flaherty bounce back season.
Yeah, I think
so we really didn't have any kind of thing planned for today because we knew this would be the kind of thing going on. Anyone have any interest in the NIT tonight? Isn't it strange that they're playing this on opening day?
They should have put it yesterday or the day before when we had nothing to watch at all, and then I would have watched it. But now I'm not going to.
Yeah. Only why I'm going to be halfway tuning in is because I put a long bet on UAB at the beginning of the tournament to win it. So I'm hoping that cashes in. But man,
go UAB then.
It's really difficult. There's another Red X. Is Varsho not in the lineup either? He's one for one, but he's got a Red X.
About to say, I hope Varsho's I thought I saw him in the lineup earlier.
Yeah, he's 1 for 1 with a double and RBI, but they've got him out of the lineup.
Yeah, he's batting cleanup.
They got all these Red X's next to everybody. Devers. This is on the desktop version.
I was happy to see Stroman go 6 innings, no runs today with 8 strikeouts because, as we all know, he's really tailed off in his career. Not as bad as Corbin, but it was good to get a strong start out of him.
I feel like there should be some kind of law that forces you to put your team into the IL status before opening day. Put players in.
Yeah.
Please. This is absolute garbage, man. You come. I was racing home trying to get ready for the broadcast, and I checked my fantasy line. It's like they still haven't put guys out of the freaking out of the lineup yet. The ESPN. So I'm in a few of these plus leagues, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go on a little before 7 and I can pick up players. At 7 a.m. Eastern on opening day, everyone went to waivers. And I was like, are you kidding me? So I'm in I think 5 or 6 leagues. So the first 3 or 4 I hit before the 7 a.m. period. After 7 a.m., I noticed the last couple of leagues I went in, they were all in waiver. I go, son of a.
That's your league settings. Because I mean, like the leagues I'm in, you can.
I know, but it's the ESPN Plus. I'm saying that ESPN has the leagues set that way. Because then I went back to the other ones to just double check, and sure enough, all those had gone to it. So 7 a.m. Eastern. You got to have, and I don't know if that's every day or if they just spit the bit and didn't realize what they were doing. Today, everyone was on waivers by 7 a.m. I'm like, dude.
I'm hoping that is new because it has not always been like that. I've been playing on ESPN.
Or it used to be before the game started.
Yeah, you could pick out anybody up and until the first game started, you can make it.
Right. In the plus leagues, right.
But it would apply to the next day.
But the problem is, I'm sure some people are like, we should have said dude, one of them, my draft was last night. So I was waiting to see if this morning, if anyone would go to the IL or anything like that. And all of a sudden I go, dude, what's going on here? Everyone's a waiver?
Mm-hmm.
A waiver boy all of a sudden?
Wait, was your draft last night?
One of them was, yeah.
That's what it is. After you draft the players that aren't picked.
No. The others weren't. The others, the drafts were previous. They were all at waiver at 7 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, okay. I'm saying the league I drafted on Tuesday night, the players have never gone off waivers since the draft.
Right, but I'm saying that this is a plus league, ESPN Plus league. This isn't do what?
There's a difference between the ESPN and ESPN Plus?
Well, in ESPN Plus league, you're playing for money.
Okay.
Because you can only enter it if you're a part of the ESPN Plus. So I usually play in a handful of them. I think you can play a boat ton, but it's pointless because there's no way you can keep up with all these rosters.
Cubs win. It's official.
4-0.
All right.
Philly's got a third run on DeGrom.
Day just feels dirty watching Swanson in a Cubs uniform and Freddie Freeman is going to be in a Dodger uniform later on.
Yeah, but you got DeGrom in a Ranger uniform getting bashed by the Phillies.
And not to mention, you probably have the youngest, best team I've ever seen. What is the Braves' average age of their hitting crew? That's dynamic. I mean, like we talked the other day, this team's set up for a dang decade.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all keep on talking. I'm getting to the bottom of this Max Fried thing.
I mean, who's the oldest of that core? I mean, I know Albies is 27. Acuna is right around there. Olsen's like 29, 30. They're all still relatively young.
Yeah, Matt Olson, 29, probably is the oldest one of the group, and he's still somewhat new. But did you have any plays today so far, Steven, that worked out for you, or not so far?
Yeah, I mean, actually, the betting so far worked out nice. I got Phillies and Rangers no run in the first inning, and then same thing with the Marlins, doing great there. I believe I had minus either run line raised for the first 5, and I believe that hit. And then I think I'm still waiting on McClanahan plus 6.5 strikeouts.
Yeah, I like that. Who do you like right now? I'm looking at this game, the late game actually tonight, 10-10, Guardians Mariners, Bieber versus Castillo. I think I might jump on that Guardians bandwagon. What do you think about that matchup?
All right, I got an update on Max Fried because they're talking to him.
Okay.
So this isn't like, Bill Smith from butt.com says.
This is live breaking news.
Yeah, this is Max Fried, and he said he felt something. He wanted to try to get on the mound before he, just called it a day. He said he felt some discomfort. He's calling it discomfort. Doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but he said the next step is they're going to give him treatment tonight, treatment tomorrow, then go from there. So essentially, we know nothing, but it doesn't sound like it's anything major. But he could.
Based on that, I'd be surprised if he misses a start.
He could miss time because, I mean,
it's so early.
You do get an extra day, but it is a day game. So
I was going to say at the same time, if you have to give him a start off, I'd rather do it now than in later. So I don't think it's a lose-lose.
Well, it wouldn't be as big a deal if we weren't already down.
True.
Right.
Yep.
And can't rely on. The devil himself is in Texas. Rob Manfred's in the booth at the Rangers Phillies game. I don't know.
It's a random place to be.
I guess because DeGrom is there and you've got Phillies were in the World Series, I'm thinking. I don't think it's a national televised game, so I don't know. I actually would have thought that he would be. Now, maybe he's going to make his way over, but I thought he would have been in Houston because ESPN national televised game tonight is Astros versus Cease and the White Sox.
Yeah, and they only put that's the only time. I know it's probably because it's on ESPN, but there is no other game in the next few hours starting besides that one. It's either you played early or you played 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, ESPN gets that window. All the other national games were on MLB Network.
Gotcha.
They used to, I'm sure a lot of folks remember this, but they used to do wall-to-wall opening day. ESPN would have a 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and a 10 o'clock game, and they're not doing that. I guess MLB Network's got them all, which helps no one that doesn't have. Well, I get the league pass, so I don't really worry about it, but it is a little more convenient to have it in your streaming and you just go, I'll just see what's on over here. Not to mention the fact, can we be real here, MLB Network or MLB app, MLB.tv? Get it together with your app, man. Seriously, get it together. Because you have the only thing slower and worse app there is like HBO Max. Other than that, like I thought we would have seen some kind of an update this year. You go in and that baseball starts spinning and it takes forever to get a game loaded. And they also screw you too. So if you come home and you decide you want to watch the game from the beginning, so let's say you're wanting to catch your Marlins, right? And you missed the first couple innings. I want to watch from the beginning. Well, because of the way it's set up,
have to wait till the game's over.
No, it just automatically as soon as you open the app, there's your game playing, and then you have to go and start from the beginning. But you've already seen the score. You're like, ah.
Yeah, that is kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's trash. There is a way to hide the score, but when the app starts, your favorite team is going to go ahead and start playing. So obviously the Braves are. So if I was trying to stay away from the score, I'd be screwed.
Yeah.
Years ago, when I worked late nights and I would watch the Braves game when I got off work, it wasn't that big a deal because the game was over, and I would get home and I had the scores hidden, and I would just come in and go play from the beginning. But if you came in, like if it was an extra innings and you happen to catch it at the tail end, they're going to drop you right into the 12th inning, tied up 4-4. Like, well, I was planning on watching the whole game, you jerk. Now I'm going to be up till 4 a.m. watching SpongeBob or something. Anyways, I'm off that soapbox. Just drives me crazy. I'm like, dude, you're the MLB app. Why are you the most difficult and backwards way to watch Major League Baseball?
They do more things to shoot themselves in the foot than any company I've ever seen. It's like they don't want people to watch their product.
Yeah, it's because they locked themselves in all those contracts with Bally Sports and whatnot.
I mean, it's not even that. It's just in every step of how they market the game, how they make the games available, how they market the players. It's just, it doesn't even seem like they're trying to grow the game.
And yet somehow they're number 2. Can you imagine if they actually got it together?
That's what I'm saying.
NBA tries like hell and nobody's watching their product.
I mean, they will in the
what about Stroman going out there 6 innings, 8 Ks?
Oh yeah, I was saying that I was very impressed. You know, honestly, the last couple of years he hasn't really lived up to the hype. Been a little bit injured too at some parts, and now the 6 innings, 8 Ks. It's a very encouraging start going up against Burns. Nobody expected that.
If I'm the Cubs, I'm on the horn right now trying to trade him at his peak. Like, hey man, look at this dude, man. He's the leading candidate for the Cy Young. Let's go.
Hopefully we're contending. So I just hope we're contending at the deadline. But good start today.
I have much more faith in Tyon year round.
I really think Justin Steele will end up being the.
I think, yeah, long term, I like Steele. He's just been really inconsistent.
For a second there, like I thought you said Taijuan Walker instead of Jameson Taillon, and I was about to be like, why in the hell are you more confident than Taijuan Walker being good?
No, I can't believe Philadelphia gave him that kind of money. But he's, I don't know if y'all saw it or not, but he's he came out with this big thing where he said he wants to pitch at least 180 innings this year, and I'm like, yeah, that's happening. This dude is no, there's no way. First of all, to pitch 180 innings, you have to be really good because they have to not pull you.
Yeah.
That's the number one problem right there. Unless you're going to pitch 1 1/3 every day, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
And I just have this feeling Taijuan Walker in that stadium is going to be a laser show on most nights.
What I mean, like all the balls going out of the park behind him, or
yeah, because he's in Philly. He's a righty, and the short porches that they have there, it's good. I can't wait for Matt Olson to get a hold of one. And he already hits well in that stadium.
Yeah. Hey, Joey, you were mentioning the Guardians-Mariners game. Where is that game being played tonight?
That's in Seattle, and that's actually my lock of the night is their money line. They're plus 107 right now. I'm going with the Guardians and I got the Bieber fever tonight, folks. I'm going with the Guardians to take out the Mariners plus 107. Go Bieber.
Go
I got
ahead.
him in fantasy too.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it, but
It's going to be a tough game.
I'd almost be tempted.
Go ahead and put that in the chat, Joey, please.
Will do.
So you're taking the Guardians?
Yep, money line at plus 107.
Money line. Let's see which one of my. I've already hit my what would have been my lock, but you know, it's kind of disingenuous.
I really wanted to take the Phillies, to be honest with you, because I thought DeGrom was just going to explode today. And here we are. He is exploding. I can't see it physically, but being down 4-0, something's going wrong.
I'll go ahead and I'll give you 2 locks today.
Yeah, double trouble.
I'm going to give you UAB on the money line at minus 130. And let me see what are these. Did that thing move up? I think it moved up. So I can't give that to you because of the minus 150 rule.
You said UAB plus 130?
What's that?
Was UAB plus 130, you said?
Minus 130.
Minus 130. Okay, I'm posting it.
Yeah, they're a slight favorite. If you watch that kid Gaines, though, man, like I just don't know how athletically North Texas is going to hang with them. That game's already started. Can't give that one.
I'm just triple checking the line here. This isn't my lock. One line I like a lot: Blake Snell over 6 strikeouts.
How many?
6.5.
Is that because they're not expecting him to go very long?
I don't know the reasoning behind it, but I don't think he's limited in any way. And we all know how bad that Colorado lineup is.
Yeah, and it's in San Diego. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in San Diego.
Okay. I am going to go. You know, this is a pretty good line, so I'll go ahead and go with that. There was another one that I like, but I bet you. Or is the Minnesota game already started?
Yeah.
Oh.
0-0.
So that's a moot point, anyways. I had Minnesota on the money line, but it moved it to minus 153. But let me go with the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
That moved. Well, when I got it, it was a legal bet. You know what? Give me the Angels minus 1.5. It's at a minus 130. Shohei Ohtani versus Kyle Muller. That just seems far-fetched.
What do we got, Steven?
All right, I'm going to stick in the same game that you were going for. My lock, my baseball lock. I'm going to go the Guardians Mariners under 3 for the first 5. I feel like that's going to be a massive pitching duel.
Under 3 total?
Yeah, under 3 total in the first 5 innings.
Okay.
Got it.
I'll tell you another one I like. How about for folks who may not have watched before, when we have a rule that we won't give you a bet that's over minus 150 because it's just that's not really a bet. That's, you know, Framber Valdez and the Houston Astros are minus 140 at home tonight. And Dylan Cease, if you've missed this, Dylan Cease, I know it's spring training. He has not been able to find the strike zone.
I like that bet a lot.
That's a problem. I think I heard he had 12 walks in the spring, in like 13 innings.
Jesus.
That ain't good. And I had him circled or thinking about actually drafting him in a couple of leagues. And I saw that. I was like, abort. I am out of here, man. Because it's going to take him till like what? Memorial Day to find his zone. And then by then you're just way back in the pack.
Yep.
Coming up on the end of it. Steven, what is your walk-off for the day?
First weekend of baseball, first day. Everyone enjoy it. Go place your bets if you're able to. Have a good weekend.
All right, brother. Appreciate you hanging on and hanging out. I know much longer game we thought it would be. Joey, what's your walk-off?
Just like him, happy opening day to everybody. Good luck to your teams. And tomorrow I will see you for happy hour with a cold one for the WrestleMania show. First time ever with the crew.
Yeah, well, I had that written down as my walk-off tomorrow. For folks who don't know what we're talking about, tomorrow, for the first time, we're doing a WrestleMania show, 4 to 5. Joey and Tones are going to get you going, and I'm going to sit here with a cold one and just go, uh-huh. I'm hoping there's some baseball on during the day so I can keep an eye on that. But, yeah, it should be fun because I've got some really goofy questions to ask y'all that I think you'll get a kick out of.
Can't wait.
All right, everyone, keep it locked in here on the Key all night long. Opening day, Braves win. We'll see you mañana. Braves country today. Braves win it. If you're just joining us, 7-2. We'll see you.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you
Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 first pitch. It's the Atlanta Braves at the Washington Nationals. Spencer Strider versus Josiah Gray. We'll have it all here, pitch by pitch, inning by inning, play by play, here on Braves Country. At Spencer Strider Day, Saturday, April 1st, 4:05 Eastern, right here on Braves Country.